noun or a general noun?
But in that verse, is those
Do you understand the
Gentiles
difference between proper and general?
I was trying to get, can I get a yes or no? In that verse, are Gentiles non-Israelites to you, yes or no?
Yes, the word Gentile can mean
in verse 25. I understand it. So in verse 25, when it says, I will call them my people, excuse me, as it also said in OC, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and a beloved, which was not my beloved. It is your position that the non-Israelites, who at one time would not be called God's people, would now be called God's people. That's your position, right?
Correct.
Okay, guys, real quick, gentlemen, real quick. Cap, since you are running your line of argument, perfect. Let's go ahead and you can do your interrogation first. We'll do 10 minutes of your interrogation.
I don't need 10 minutes because I only got like 2 more questions.
Okay, fine. After this, though, Jay is going to run his interrogation.
Definitely.
Okay, so, got it. Go ahead.
In Romans 9 and 25, who is OC? Because it says, as it also says NOC. Is who?
Oh, I'm sorry. What says it's Hosea.
Okay, so
Hosea.
And who is Hosea talking about when he makes that statement? I will call them my people, which were not my people.
I actually referenced this in my opening statement that it's a prophecy of the Gentile church coming into the worship of the King, worship the God of Israel.
So this is the problem I have with Orthodox Christianity. They lie on the Bible because Hosea did not say this is a prophecy for non-Israelites. What Hosea actually said,
who were not my people,
in verse 10, and Hosea 1 and 10 says, well, first of all, when you read Hosea, the first chapter, verse 9 says, then said God, call his name Lo Amai, for ye are not my people, and I will not be your God. God is cutting off the children of Israel. He ain't got to cut off non-Israelites. Don't say correct. Don't say correct now, because if that means from the time that he's writing this, Israelites are not his people. That's why Paul is in Rome.
No, both of those things are true. I know you have a hard time with this. Both things are true.
Listen, you're one of the most ignorant white men I've ever debated out of decorum. All you do is go ad homs, but it's not going to work tonight. So
you just yell, dude. You can't
yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. Clearly talking about Israel. And it shall come to pass when it was said unto them, the Israelites, ye are not my people.
This is not a sermon.
Said unto them, ye are the sons of the living of God.
It's not a sermon.
Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together. So you said
you're
that
just
Romans, you just said that in Romans it's talking about non-Israelites, but Paul is quoting Hosea that said the children of Israel are going to be called God's people once again. You don't know
both of those things.
I'm done, Cooley.
I know it's
okay.
I'm done.
Both of those things are true at once. Hosea, in his immediate context, is rebuking the idolatrous Israelites of his day, and he's saying, you people are going to be rejected. God is rejecting you, because anyone who is unfaithful, even in the Old Testament, is not a true Israelite. It was always the case that the only way to be a true Israelite is to have faith in God and to faith in the coming Messiah. Jesus says Abraham has faith in him. Moses has faith in him. That's John 5 to John 9. So the Old Testament saints and prophets looked ahead to faith in the Messiah, and that's how they were saved. But to answer his stupid question, both of those things can be true at once. Just because Hosea is saying to the Israelites of his day, you are not my people, it doesn't mean that it's not a prophecy of the coming era when the Messiah would bring in all the Gentile nations. I'll give you an example of specific nations mentioned. In Psalm 60, it says, equating between 7 and 8, Gilead is mine, Manasseh is mine, Ephraim is mine, Judah is my lawgiver, Moab is my watch,
chips and queso.
Edom is my shoe, Philistia will triumph because of me. Those are the historic enemies of God. And the New Testament is citing these passages like Psalm 60 and others to point out that the fulfillment of these predictions is the Gentile nations coming in. So you want specific nations listed, there you go. The classic enemies of God are listed as equal to and amongst his people.
Woo Woo. Start improving your fitness from day one with real-time insights and guidance built around your goals. See where Woo can take you.
Dear Acorns, 23 years ago, I quit my job, cashed out my pension, and went to cosmetology school. I'm investing with Acorns to build back my retirement. I love what I do. I just don't want to do it forever. My name is Christy Harford, and this is my Acorns Potential.
Hell yeah, what's up? I am.
All right, fellas. Jay, do you want to interrogate Cap?
Sure.
All right. Let's hop right into it. I know you guys had some
It'd be
core
like that
disagreements on
sometimes.
certain things.
Brutality.
Jesus is God, virgin
Yep.
birth.
The virgin birth, that Jesus is God, the Most High God. So, Jay, I'll go ahead and let you do your thing.
Before Jay,
No, Cap. None of the Cap. I know, Cap. Real quick, Cap. You gotta learn how to yell.
We're trying to help people.
Jay, go ahead. Floor's yours.
No, so you referred a lot of times to the scriptures and to the New Testament, to these passages, but in the study of the text, the history of the text and canonical studies, in a lot of cases, we don't know who wrote these texts. For example, we don't know that Matthew, the apostle, is the author of the Gospel of Matthew. And so one of the things that is central to knowing the authenticity of these texts is in fact their pedigree and their use amongst the church fathers. Now, you said a bunch of things early on that the church fathers all disagree. They don't all believe in the deity of Christ. They disagree on circumcision. There are no church fathers that disagree on the deity of
Okay.
Christ or the topic of circumcision, because it was solved in the book of Acts in chapter 15 at the Jerusalem Council. So number one, I want to know, can you cite me some of the church fathers who disagree, this assertion that you made? And then how do you know that the New Testament canon
Chips and queso is like my favorite snack, especially late night.
is the right canon of scripture?
Yeah, I'm trying to find
too, man.
The disagreements that they had was on what I actually said was the divinity of
You
Christ.
said and circumcision. You said both.
I did say circumcision too, but you asked about the differences of Jesus being God. That was your actual question. You did mention
I asked
circumcision,
you about both
but
of
you
them just
ended.
now.
Okay, so
you,
whichever
man.
order I choose to go, I can go. Jesus Christ.
Name
man.
some church fathers that disagree. You made the assertion. Who disagreed?
So when I say they disagree on the divinity. Some believe Christ was created.
Who?
Some believe.
Name some, show some disagreements. Where's the source?
If listening is an art, all you got to do is just let me respond.
You don't have a source.
Yeah, I do. I do.
You
have
just
a
said it. You just asserted it.
So, for example, in the 4th century, nature of Christ, Arius and Athanasius.
Oh, no.
Is he created? The debate was, is he created? Arius.
Oh
Fourth
no,
century.
not Eric. Oh no.
Okay, but you said that.
These are all church fathers. Irenaeus.
No, Arius is not a church.
Irenaeus.
Arius is not. No, he's not. Arius is a heretic. So church fathers are those that are approved.
Irenaeus was called a heretic because he
Irenaeus.
disagreed. However you say his name, was called a heretic because he disagreed with the other people, which is what the council's for, which is what I said from the beginning.
There were no
Irenaeus,
councils. There were no
Irenaeus
councils
and
at the time.
Valentine,
Irenaeus is
also
not an-
Irenaeus and Valentine,
Irenaeus,
also,
there is no
however you say his
council
name, they
Irenaeus.
No, I'm Asmund Platinum from the upgrade.
disagreed. They did not
Okay.
agree.
But
Somebody,
Jay, when you speak, real quick, Jay, when you speak, come closer to the mic because Cat mic is overpowering yours a little bit when you guys are speaking over one another. Okay, so go ahead.
Right. So what he's citing is the debates that were had amongst church fathers and heretics. Church
you just
fathers
said
are
they
not
wasn't
heretics.
church fathers.
You said church fathers, and that's not
You
who
said
heretics.
the arguments they had
Heretics are
among
not
church
church
fathers.
fathers. Dude,
They
shut
became
up.
heretics because they disagreed
No.
with the other side. If they agreed with the side,
Okay,
they
well
were
then
not
if
heretics.
that's the standard, then the disagreements amongst Black Hebrew Israelite cults means that your sect is disqualified. If that's your standard,
Hell yeah, let's go Mariners.
you idiot.
If you could stop, hey, Cooley, is this where we can just disrespect and call each other names? Because I haven't.
So-
He's just gonna whine.
Cat,
Call me an idiot.
Cat, you did call him a white something.
No,
You know,
I'm
you
not.
guys have
I
been.
said
You
that
did,
after-
Cat.
Look, you're being
Y'all both been going back and forth.
I said he's the most ignorant white man because he kept interrupting me and calling me an idiot. I am
You're
not
uneducated.
being
You're a
offended.
This was the first time he said idiot, Cat.
That is
This
a
was the
lie.
first.
Cool.
Yeah,
When
this is
you
the
go
first
back
time
and
I've heard
watch
it.
this- When you go
The first
back and
time.
watch this, you're gonna. I wouldn't say it if it was the first time. But he
Guess
keeps
what?
saying
In
it. And I'm
debate,
trying
that's
to
called-
avoid.
that's called
I'm
rhetoric.
trying to
You
avoid.
can
calling
insert
him
Cap
names
in
and
the
calling me
rhetoric.
names.
All right, Cap, I got you, Cap.
So
I got you, Cap.
So I'm naming church fathers. You're calling them heretics which I'm not even mad at you calling them heretics. You're supposed to call them a heretic.
You don't even
But
understand that it's a double standard.
before they were called a heretic,
Oh, no.
they were in agreement. So then
No,
you
they weren't.
said, when you said, and that applies.
No, they
when
weren't. How do you
said,
How do you demonstrate that?
well, you're calling them a heretic. I didn't call them a heretic. I said
too,
they were
bro.
You
changed
just
up.
said
Have a good
before
one.
that they were in disagreement. How do you demonstrate that
I said
Valentinus was in
before-
agreement? How do you demonstrate that Valentinus was in agreement with Irenaeus? That's your claim.
I never said that they were in agreement or
You just did.
disagreement.
2
I
seconds
said
ago,
they were
you said
all
before they were
considered
heretics,
church
they were in
fathers
agreement.
until, let me say it better so you can understand. Before they had the councils, they were all church fathers.
Irenaeus wasn't
And
in a
then
council.
whoever won
Irenaeus
the
was
council,
not in a
the
council.
other people became
You
the
don't know what you're
heretics.
talking
And then
about.
you made the
What
argument to say,
council
well,
was Irenaeus
that's the
in?
same thing. Then you made the
What
argument to say.
Council.
And
Okay,
Irenaeus
okay,
was
Captain,
in there.
Cap,
You
please
saying,
answer.
Cap, I'm getting interrupted.
Yeah, I know.
I'm talking.
But
That's
Cap,
cool,
it's his interrogation. If he's gonna, real quick,
I
Cap.
don't have a problem with him interrupting me.
Cap.
Don't tell me I'm not answering.
What's the does it got a good battery life, or what's the best part of that phone?
no, Cap, listen. He's literally, I can remember the questions. He's literally asking you certain questions, and
How did I first meet Jay?
keep restating.
The KGB introduced us, and both of our CIA handlers as well.
Until the council. What
And he
council?
took me under my wing. I'm sorry. He took me under his wing. There we go.
Got you.
You're just saying bullshit.
No problem. So as I've stated, I've answered every question.
What
that he's
council
asked.
was
Whether
Irenaeus
he,
in?
whether he
Answer that question, Jay. What council was Irenaeus in? Can you answer his specific questions?
You mean answer that question, Cap? You know what
I mean, you answer that question, Cap. Yeah, can you do that?
So in the second century, Gnosticism versus Orthodox Christianity, the key figures of one side,
You're just reading
Arianism.
Wikipedia, dude. You made an assertion.
This
Come
is
on.
not. This is not Wikipedia.
Okay,
And
Google,
this is
whatever
not-
you're
this
reading.
is not
Come on,
Google
man.
at all.
You're a fraud,
And then
dude.
so you'll say,
You're a fraud.
you'll say, now Cooley, all over to point out Cooley, I brought up the second century, I brought up the two sides,
What
Gnosticism
council? You made the
versus
assertion.
Orthodox, I brought up the side, Gnosticism
You
versus
made an
Orthodox
Cap,
Christianity.
once again, let's just get some quick decorum.
You
Cap,
keep saying
listen.
Cap. Why are you saying for me to get decorum?
Cap, it's an interrogation. He's asking you specific
I don't care
questions
about
that he.
Hey man, bless you. Good blessings upon you. I have a question that I haven't been asking a lot of people. What's your question, man?
Specific
You don't care
answers
about-
to.
You don't care
You
about
don't have to agree with my
I'll let you
answer,
interrogate
but I
me.
am answering it.
No, you're
Cap,
not.
he allowed you to interrogate him. Can you allow the same thing in good faith and answer the specific questions?
You said
I'm not
that
saying
Irenaeus-
that's what you're saying.
You
I'm
said
answering. I
Irenaeus
said
was-
Gnosticism versus Orthodox Christianity in the second century.
You
I
asserted
answered
this.
his question.
This is your assertion.
Directly. Whether he said it's an assertion or not, I'm answering his question, Cooley. I'm not
What
not
council?
answering his question.
What council was Irenaeus?
Iranian,
You said it was
and I named out.
Cap, listen. All right, Jay, go ahead and restate your question for the 5th time, I think. Go
He
ahead.
said they were in agreement prior to the disagreements, which he can't demonstrate
That's not
that.
a statement.
He doesn't know that. And then he said that there was a council, and then Irenaeus and Valentinus had a disagreement. There is no council that Irenaeus is involved in with Valentinus. You said
I think you know.
that. Now name the council. You're just
Oh,
spouting out bullshit you're reading on the internet.
So when you look up Valentine and
What
Irenaeus,
council?
when you look up Valentine and Irenaeus,
It's Valentinus.
when you look up Valentinus and Irenaeus, you'll see
What you up to tonight?
Valentinus was mid-second century Egyptian Christian,
What You're just reading
Egyptian
Wikipedia.
Christian philosopher. I'm not reading Wikipedia. I'm just
Google.
reading the information. So again,
From where?
Irenaeus
Google.
and Valentin,
Oh, I'm having so much fun.
It's not
and they were
bullshit. You don't
against
have a
the,
council. So there's not
and they
one.
were
You're just saying
against,
bullshit.
and they were against.
So there's not a
Irenaeus.
council, is there? What's the
You
name of the
cannot,
council?
if you're having a battle, that is what
Because
the
you don't
councils
have
were.
one. You're just saying bullshit on the internet. You said.
I'm not saying bullshit on the internet. Anybody can look this up online.
Okay, look, well, tell me
And
the
you'll
council. You got it online right now?
The title of it says, Irenaeus even wrote a book.
What council?
Irenaeus wrote Against
You
Heresy,
said a council.
shows the competing Christianity early.
We don't
So
need
let's
you to
say-
read
let's say-
Wikipedia.
This is I don't
What
know why you keep
council?
saying Wikipedia. I would never use Wikipedia. I don't know why
You're
you.
using Google, you idiot.
I'm not using Google. Again, fool, you're not saying nothing when
Read
it
off
calls me
your
idiot.
screen.
Like, if I
What
start
council?
acting ignorant and name call like he
What
just did,
council?
if you didn't say nothing, cool.
What
And you're gonna
council?
say
You don't
you
know.
didn't hear that
I'm gonna
either.
ask the moderator.
Cap, I got you, Cap.
Moderator, he doesn't have an
Yeah, Cap. It's very simple. Idiot is fine. You called him a white something. Like those things are fine. You're not making really any like true personal attacks. You're not talking about one another's family. That is fine. It's totally okay, Cap. You can do the same. You guys both been doing it. But just answer his question.
I did answer it. He just didn't.
What council? What council?
I said Gnosticism versus Orthodox Christianity.
You said a council condemned it. What?
No, I didn't say a council.
Yes, you did.
That's not what I said.
You
I
did,
said they were
multiple times.
condemned. I said they were condemning. No, I'm not. When you go back and listen, I would say they were. I didn't even use the word. I didn't use the word
You're gonna get
condemned.
clipped.
I used
It's
your
gonna get
word.
clipped. You say
You're
you're gonna
gonna
get clipped.
heretic. When you said, when your dumb ass said
It was an
heretic,
account.
I said.
You're gonna get clipped. The Crucible's gonna clip it too, fucker.
Because I
You
named
said in the
others
council.
outside-
You're walking it back
outside
because you're wrong.
of
Just admit
and
you're wrong.
Valentine. I
Just
named
admit
other
you made a
people.
mistake.
That's why you would have the Council of Nicaea when they were debating.
Nicaea's 120.
As nations.
It's 150 years after.
They're all considered church fathers.
You said Irenaeus in a council.
All of these people are considered church fathers, and none of them have the authority on the
No, they're
Bible.
not.
I can't
Patristic
help it if you
writers
don't
are not
wanna
church
accept-
fathers.
Like when it says listening is an art.
All right, fellas, listen. Let's have some decorum for the audience. The audience. Yeah, yeah. The audience needs to hear exactly what's being said. I kind of let it rock because, I like the blood sport, but let's have some decorum real quick.
Actually interrupts when somebody talks. That's him.
It's called interrogation, and you got busted because you're bullshit. You're just repeating
When I
ChatGPT.
interrogated you, I gave you the respect, which
You
I
didn't-
want
no, you
going
didn't
forward
answer.
to respond.
Nothing beats Baja Blast.
Slow rolling in.
Here's the front door. We'll take him down.
Coming up on Takedown with Chris Hansen.
Oh yeah. Well, I do agree with that. Code Red is really fucking good too. But yeah, Babyface. I'll take that as a compliment. What you up to, Maine? Rajawi?
Didn't do anything.
Oh, but this man absolutely did do something in Polk County, Florida.
Why are you doing this?
I'm trying to
You're
understand.
purposely antagonizing me.
this,
You're
man.
trying to push my buttons.
I'm not trying
Please.
to push your buttons. I'm trying to get to the truth. And he's not eager to talk to me about it.
I want you to get the hell out of here. That's
I know,
what
but you're not in charge here, Matthew.
Scum.
I hope you're enjoying this free full episode of Takedown on our YouTube channel. But there's something you need to know.
What's up, Roblox streamer? How you doing, man?
To watch all of the episodes for $2.50, or for an annual subscription, use YouTube Year for $20 off. Also, and this is very important, hit the subscribe button, and we'll see you on True Blue. In Polk County, Florida, Operation Fool Around and Find Out is in full swing. In the war room, an undercover detective has been posing as 14-year-old boys on multiple sites. A man reached out not once, but twice.
How dare you?
Boys open to sexual encounters. We've learned that man's name is Matthew. The undercover detective fills me in on the chats.
Well, it started last night. He hit me up on a different dating app, and he was talking to a 14-year-old boy, and wanted to meet up. He wanted to pick me up from a store nearby so that he can give me a blowjob, if I remember correctly. He said he wanted to suck my dick.
on our
eat my
Epic
ass.
Savings event at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where words can launch a business.
Well, you're not even gonna give me a burp rating? Come on, man. You hear a burp, you gotta give it a fucking rating. It's fucking common courtesy. Well deserved. Ready for war? What's how's everyone's night going? Do you guys follow lesbian skibidi ball cancer on Instagram?
Damn self stop. Niggas talk too much, so I don't need no damn help. Fuck 'em. Offering up the millions, you feel like he owe you, don't you? I'ma tell the truth, you across the map for some paper, won't you? Hey.
Afraid of nothing. High on a hilltop near your home, there stands a dilapidated old mansion. Some say the place is haunted, but you don't believe in such myths. One dark and stormy night, a light appears in the topmost window in the tower of the old house. You decide to investigate, and you never return.
What's up, girl? Let me slap it. How did we break the law when we weren't even alive when Jesus was alive?
You thought there was going to be a huge explosion, didn't you?
Can I say
Huh.
I'll hold them back with my crucifix. Somewhere inside this oak are the
I'm in Portland, Oregon.
remains of the man my uncle killed. When we find them, I suspect they'll be wrapped in that long cape he wore. We have no choice. Burn them.
The world is on the brink. The human race cannot accept what we know.
From Steven Spielberg.
People have a right to know the truth.
This is Disclosure Day.
Disclosure Day. Rated PG-13.
Plankton can't stop what's growing in the office fridge.
My eyes are watering.
I think you're making it mad.
Oh.
But we can help you grow in your career.
Welcome, Pam.
There was one time I really wanted revenge. And I got it.
Suddenly interrupted.
Producing a number of musical sounds.
What are you doing?
Hell yeah, man! Join the chill revolution. This is how we're gonna end the war.
Inside this coffin is the terrifying monster which you have heard. My name is one of the death. Nightfall.
I'm Asmund Platinum.
He awakens from his catatonic state. Why, that's not possible. Or is it?
Now let's begin the story.
Dill pickles. Smoke on stream. Hell yeah, broom. Smoke every day.
Gonna make your fucking ass explode.
What's up, my black brother? No, I don't believe in God. I smoke a little dab rig. A mini rig. If God was real, he's definitely smoking that loud, for sure. And that DMT and all that. I guess I gotta take DMT one eventually. Get the dabs often. I feel you. Man, I think you should sell your unicycle and get a fucking get a nice scooter.
And then you hear this sound.
Joints are fire, hell yeah.
crazy, you know that? Yeah, you know that.
Damn, bro. That's what's up. 50-50. Or you have a good time. Stop smoking it. Okay, Dad, thank you. No, I never tried it. I've done mushrooms and acid and salvia and ecstasy. Never done DMT though. That's good to hear. Good news. More rage. Huh? Why you crying, survivor? Oh, for sure. That's what's up. Yeah, you want to suck on my nuts, crybaby boy? Shut your bitch ass up. Oops. I didn't mean to exit that.
Batman formally introduced.
Supergirl.
Power Crunch. Light Cookie Crunch. Enriched with protein.
Sounds fun. A black rapper. What the hell are you talking about, bro? I thought I was high. Check me out, guys. I'm a black rapper. Should I do blackface and everything? Did you confuse me for a black man all of a sudden? Because I played a couple of beats? Crybaby. I actually am black, I just didn't want to upset him. I'm North African. Monkey funk. You're a pedo, crybaby bitch boy. Fuck off, crybaby bitch. My nigga, my nigga. You'll never find me. I'm a fucking shapeshifter. When I'm not streaming, I take my mask off and reveal my true form. Oh yeah, it's a Tom Pomby, everybody. The fucking general is here. In fact, I'm gonna take a dab. It's Tom Pomby celebration. Taking advantage of young girls. Hey man, they take advantage of me. I just don't say no. Those young girls take advantage of me. I'm not like those teachers though, those female teachers out there these days.
Bring a friend for free. Access over 2,800 clubs and recover in a black card spot.
A weed tuber. Hell yeah, man. I like weed tubers. Prost. There's tweakers outside. Be quiet, there's tweakers.
He go murder on the beat, boy. Yeah, it's murder on the streets, boy. Murder the pussy, I'm a beast, boy. You a soldier, I'm a chief, boy.
Like, oh, I know what you mean, yeah. The guy on the zigzag. Hell yeah, that's what I was shooting for.
Similar auto with no recoil. 4G autos, they don't freak, boy. 20 murders in a week, boy. I'm from the murder capital, I'm a freak, boy. Rapper, but different. I ain't trying to say I'm still. Keep that pistol every day. Don't you ever come up here. I live my whole life criminal. I'm talking to a minimum. My niggas catch a case, I'm fighting with them till they sentence it. Shit, and it's still from the DA and the judge. Real shit, bigger gangster than a crook or a blood. Real shit, fuck the label when you got it out the mouth.
Am I a black rapper now?
All these sensitive ass rappers need love. I ain't going with you. I don't know you niggas. I don't know you in my song, but there's all you niggas.
Molesting 3 girls. Hey man, like I said, they molested me. You can take that to court.
On the gang 21. That when I was 21. Drive-bys on the side, switching sides, you cut. How we in the shootout, both deep and I'm the only one.
@Gentle_Soul 4540 super chatted $5. Consuming high-powered marijuana through a glass pipe.
Pretty accurate. This is actually live resin too, so it's the good stuff. The live resin. Or rosin. Cheers, boys.
We picked up Goliath on the scanner.
What's that sound?
You ain't got that shit to take this in.
Do you guys hear something?
I should get a rubber mallet for real.
Critics are calling The Furious one of the best action films of the decade.
Sleep well. Thanks for joining. That's gotta be my last dab of the night. Oh, it killed me.
You may fire when ready.
Huh.
Doom games. I'm dying. Oh, the lung infection. You got a lung infection? For real? I've had like a sore throat for like a week. And it's almost gone, but I haven't really slowed down on the dabs much.
I made clout. I'm all about the fucking clout, stupid ass people. And I'm still gonna be out here. They won't change shit. And I still got that fat ass cute. Yeah, mom, let's go.
But I got these good Ricola Max throat care with liquid filling, liquid center.
Take a spin, let's go.
Damn. It tastes great too. I like tasting myself. Oh. Thank you, bro. Shalom. Shalom, all. Excuse me. I'm dying. Thank you for the likes, bro. Single break for a week. Yeah, I feel like I should take a break until my throat is fully better. These help a lot though. Ricola Max. Hey, look, now I'm not a black rapper anymore. Shabbat Shalom all. Kanye has a Real Friends song too. I don't quite remember. Let me check it out. This is a remix? I never knew that. What's up, scoundrel? Well, make sure not to stick it in your nose after you're done doing that, man.
What the fuck we doing?
The painter. Van Gogh. That's me.
Shit, I thought it was Thursday. Why you wait a week?
So that means I'm right.
Couldn't tell you how it all was. Couldn't tell you how.
Alright, Kanye's gonna fucking copyright me. right. What up, Aaron? Boogie woogie to the
Feels to chew 5 gum.
You want to smoke here? Feel free, man.
And great flow. And before we head upstairs, you should know there are only 4 bedrooms.
Oh, no, they're not all moving in. They're who Thrivent helps me plan my finances for. My family vacation, my wife's flower shop, and my parents.
And they're not all...
What's up, Sabrina? Welcome to my stream. What up, Cupcake? Oh, my neck hurts. Yeah. I'm a kid. Me too. My favorite song. Six Man. Oh shit, that was wild, bro. Oh. Pussy. Oh, K-pop.
There are a lot of different clubs out.
I haven't listened to too much K-pop. Thanks, Anonymous. Thanks for joining. Yeah, this is probably one of my favorites. This is Akiora. Bro, did you see the update about Stuttering John? They caught his ass at the convention. It's pretty funny. Nikki Taka songs. I could check it out. It's not the kind of wizard I'm thinking of. I hope it's the good kind of wizard. Hello. Here's my jam. What, you guys don't look like wizards too? Come on, you guys are fronting. You guys all look like wizards. Reptilians? I knew it. I knew they existed. Bro, Z, did you watch the video about there's like a big Lego scam that they fucking uncovered? It's the craziest saga ever. It's on Reckless Ben's channel or some shit. It's like he's about to drop the third part of the videos. But it's been a whole drama.
trace the shadows on the window where your sunlight used to fall. But time keeps taking pieces.
Thanks for the dono, bro. Have a good one. I'm about to head to bed after I play a couple more songs.
I keep from breaking, but the silence cuts so. The walls still whisper pieces of a love they used to breathe. Your laughter in the corners, now it's empty rooms and me. I trace the shadows on the window where your sunlight used to fall. But time keeps taking pieces till there's nothing left at all. I try to keep from breaking, but the silence cuts so deep. Every memory screaming of a promise.
This song's too long, but it's pretty good.
Je m'appelle Claire Laffut, j'ai 23 ans. J'habite à Paris, je suis belge. Qu'est-ce que je dois faire? J'ai un peu à faire
Okay. This is showing a bit.
Do you believe you are walking through a completely new life? We are born. We live. We love. We suffer. We die. And without permission, without explanation, it begins again. The Buddha called this samsara, the beginningless wandering. He once said something that stopped his students cold. If you could gather every tear you have cried across your wandering, every tear from loss, from grief, from the exhaustion of not knowing, those tears would fill the 4 great oceans. Not the rivers, the oceans. He did not say it to crush you. He said it so you would finally ask, is there another way? There is. But finding it requires understanding the machinery. The machinery runs on karma and 3 forces: greed, aversion, and delusion, keeping the wheel turning. You may have heard the 6 realms described as the moods of a single day. Tibetan masters taught it that way, and they were not wrong. But the oldest Buddhist texts say something starker. The realms are not moods. They are real, where consciousness has actually traveled, birth after birth, and where it will travel again. From the bliss of the heaven realm to the burning envy of the jealous God's realm, the fog of the animal realm, the cold of the hell realm, we have moved through all, and we have never seen the door. Let the world outside fade. In this space, the wheel of samsara will be observed in absolute mindfulness. When someone we love dies, we say something. We say, they are in a better place now. We say it quickly, the way you press a cloth against a wound before you have time to think. But what if they are not? What if the mind that just closed its eyes is already somewhere opening them again? Already beginning again, in conditions it did not choose, carrying a weight it does not remember accumulating, in a life it does not recognize as the continuation of the one that just ended. Long before the first monastery was built, human beings in the river valleys of northern India were sitting with exactly this question. Two very different kinds of people, breathing the same hot season air, asking the same thing. Why does the suffering not stop? The first group had an answer. These were the Brahmins, a priestly class who had inherited a vast tradition of hymns and rituals going back further than memory. Their sacred texts, the Vedas, had been transmitted orally from teacher to student for generations, each word memorized with a precision that left no room for error. For them, life had a shape and the shape had a logic. You were born, you lived correctly, you performed the proper rituals in the proper order, and if you did these things well, death delivered you to the realm of the gods. Living correctly meant rising before dawn to face east in prayer. It meant specific grains burned at specific times, specific words spoken in the specific order that had been handed down through centuries without interruption. The world held together because the rituals held together. Break the ritual and the world frays. Maintain it and the world holds. Suffering within a life was not a problem to be solved. It was a condition to be endured with dignity, in service of the order the rituals maintained. This had sustained an entire civilization, but it left one question unanswered. What happens after the gods? And what about the grief your father carried, and his father before him, the grief that seemed to arrive already formed, as if it had been waiting somewhere for the body to grow old enough to receive it? The second group said, there is somewhere further to look. They were wanderers, men and women who had looked at the world the Brahmin tradition offered and found they could not accept it. The word for them was Shramana, the strivers, the ones who renounce. They did not want a better position within existence. They wanted out of existence altogether. Because for the Shramanas, the destination the Brahmin path promised, rebirth among the gods, was still inside the wheel, still inside the current. A pleasant room in a prison is still a prison. They rejected not just the rituals, but the assumption beneath them that the cycle of existence could be navigated towards something worth arriving at. Every Shramana who walked away from a household into the forest was making the same bet, that the cycle could be exited, and that exiting it was worth any personal cost. The Shramanas said, the cycle itself is the problem, and they made its ending the only project worth a life. Among them, a new framework was consolidating. They gave the cycle a name, samsara. In Sanskrit, the word carries the sense of flowing together, the confluence of conditions that produces one existence after another, each arising from the residue of the last. You did not choose to enter the current. You simply find yourself in it, already moving, with no clear memory of having entered. And if the current has no beginning any mind can locate, then the question is no longer, how do I live a good life? The question becomes, what is keeping the current running? If everything changes, every season, every body, every pleasure, every person we love eventually disappearing from our side, why does the suffering not change? Why does it repeat, life after life, wearing different faces but carrying the same weight? The grief a mother feels over a lost child, the loneliness of a person who cannot be reached by the people who love them, the exhaustion of wanting something so deeply that the wanting itself becomes the pain. These do not feel like new experiences. They feel ancient. They feel like something the body already knows how to do, as if it has done it before. Because the Shramanas said, it has. The suffering you carry did not begin with you. It arrived with conditions that were shaped by what came before, and those conditions were shaped by what came before them in a chain that has no beginning. Every act, every intention, every movement of the mind toward or away from something leaves a mark. The Shramanas called this residue karma, action, and the weight that action leaves behind when it is not fully resolved. That weight does not dissolve when the body dies. It carries forward, shaping the next arising, the way a river shapes the valley it has been carving for 10,000 years. The channel is not the water, but the water has been following the channel for so long that the two are almost impossible to separate. Think of the grief that arrives late at night without invitation, from 20 years ago, as fresh as the day it happened. Every argument that ended badly and was never repaired, every kindness withheld because the moment passed before the mind could act. The weight of those moments does not dissolve simply because the year moved on. That feeling has not aged because it was never released. It is still looking for its resolution. That is what karma is. Not punishment. A trace, still moving through time, searching for the completion it has not yet found. The Shramanas disagreed on how to dissolve the traces. Some starved themselves. Some stood on one leg for years. Some held their arms above their heads until the muscles stopped working. The logic was coherent, If karmic residue is keeping the cycle turning, burn through it. Exhaust the person entirely. Leave nothing for the cycle to grip. It was a serious answer to a serious question, and it failed. A man from a noble family in what is now southern Nepal had joined this search. He had walked away from a palace, a young wife, a newborn child, every comfort a wealthy family in the 5th century before the Common Era could provide. What had moved him was not philosophy but a sight. 4 of them, seen on 4 separate journeys outside the palace walls. An old man bent under the weight of his years. A sick man whose body had become his enemy. A corpse being carried by people whose faces said, "This is coming for me too." And a wandering ascetic, a shramana, with something in his eyes that the palace had never produced. Something that looked impossibly like peace. Not the peace of a man who had stopped feeling. The peace of a man who had seen through whatever was doing the feeling and was no longer its prisoner. He had understood, with the clarity of a person who cannot go back, that a comfortable life was not the same as a free one. He was serious about what he was looking for. He sat first with Alara Kalama, one of the most respected Shramana masters of the time, who taught him the deepest states of formless absorption the tradition had developed. He mastered them. He asked, "Is this the end of suffering?" The honest answer was no. So he went to Udaka Ramaputta, who took him further still, to the very highest state the Shramana path could offer. He mastered that too. He asked the same question. The same answer arrived. No. So he left. He found 5 fellow seekers near the forest of Uruvela, and together they pushed the ascetic path to its furthest extreme. He surpassed them all, until his body was so depleted that, as the texts record, his spine could be felt through the skin of his stomach. The suffering was still there. Not quieter, not closer to ending. A starving mind is no freer than a satisfied one. He sat down under a tree. He accepted a bowl of rice from a young woman who passed by, and did something the 5 seekers watching him considered a failure. He ate. His name was Siddhartha Gautama. The Shramanas had named the prison correctly. Samsara is real. The cycle is real. The karmic residue driving it is real. What they had not yet found was the precise mechanism of the lock, the specific chain of conditions, link by link, that keeps a mind building its own suffering from one moment to the next. The extreme path could not show them this, because the lock is not in the body. It is in the mind itself. And a mind at war with its own body cannot see clearly what it is doing. To see what a mind is doing, the mind must first be still. The Shramanas had named the wandering. They had understood that something was driving it. He was about to see exactly what. And once the engine is seen clearly, not believed, not theorized, but actually seen, the entire question of how the cycle ends changes. The seat beneath the tree was the same seat it had been the night before. The river was the same river. The darkness was the ordinary darkness of a night in late spring. Warm, insects finding their way through it. What was different was the mind sitting inside all of this. It had been still long enough and honest enough to begin to see something it had been inside of its entire life without once noticing. In the first watch of that final night, he had seen the length of his own wandering, lifetimes stretching back through forms he could now name, each one arising from the residue of the last. In the second watch, he had seen the same pattern operating in every mind around him. Not his pattern specifically. The pattern, the same mechanism, the same production, running inside every life like a loom that has never been switched off. In the third watch, just before dawn, he saw how the loom worked. He was not seeking by then. He had learned that seeking was the obstacle. He was simply watching, the way you watch a stream if you sit still long enough beside it, not trying to change its course, not trying to name what moves through it, only watching how the water moves. What he saw was not a vision. It was not a revelation handed down from somewhere else. It was what a mind looks like when it finally stops running long enough to see itself work. The tradition gives this seeing a name, Paticca Samuppada, dependent origination, or dependent co-arising. Both translations are accurate. Neither is the actual experience. The actual experience is closer to this, a sudden, complete, undeniable sight of the gears. The gears are always turning. They are turning inside you right now as you listen. But because they turn at the speed of your own attention, you cannot usually see them any more than a fish can see water. What he did in those final hours was slow his attention down far enough to see the water. To see what a moment of suffering is actually made of, not after it has passed, not in memory, but as it is being assembled. Here is what he saw. Your phone is lying face down on the table. It buzzes once. This is the first link in the chain, in its most ordinary form. A sense organ meets an object. Your ear meets a small vibration. Contact has occurred. Before you can think about it, something happens inside you. Something is already leaning toward the phone, not consciously. The leaning is happening at a speed below thought. This is the next link, feeling tone. The mind has labeled the buzz, instantly, as pleasant, potentially interesting, potentially significant, potentially something worth turning toward. No one decided this. The feeling tone arose on its own, shaped by every previous time a buzzing phone produced something pleasant for this mind. Now watch the next link arrive. Wanting. A small, sharp, almost imperceptible wanting to look. The Pali word for this is tanha, thirst, craving. It is the engine of the whole chain. The buzz has become a small thirst. You are not yet holding the phone. The thirst is already formed. Notice that you have not chosen any of this. The contact happened. The labeling happened. The thirst arose. These 3 links completed themselves in the time it takes to blink. The mind did not consult you. It has been doing this long enough that it no longer needs your permission. And then clinging. The thirst grasps. The mind has picked the phone up in imagination already. Whatever you were doing a moment ago has become less real than the phone. The clinging is so fast you do not feel it as a separate event. It feels like just wanting to check. Next, becoming. A version of you has formed briefly around the phone. The person who checks. The identity that says, without words, this is the kind of person I am right now, and this is what I do. Finally, birth, and then aging and death. A state of mind was born. The checking person pulled into the phone's small world. That state will age. It will decay. It will end when the screen locks again, and another small death of that self will occur. A new chain will begin in the moment after. Count how long that took. 8 links, from buzz to a small dying of the checking self, in somewhere between 4 and 12 seconds. And in most lives, the count does not pause there. Before the next breath has fully arrived, the whole chain has begun again. Another buzz, another pleasant tone, another small thirst, another checking self, briefly born, briefly ended. That is one turn of the wheel. You do this thousands of times a day, with phones, with thoughts, with moods, with the passing expression on the face of someone you love when they say something you did not expect. Every one of those turns is a full chain. Every one produces a small version of suffering, even when the buzz was good news. Because every turn ends. Every version of the checking self has to die, and the next turn has to start without it. A mind that has never seen this is a mind that experiences every turn as simply how reality is. When wanting is loud, the world is the wanting. When irritation is loud, the world is the irritation. The wheel is invisible, and so the wheel is everything. This is the Buddha's most precise claim. Not that life contains suffering. The Shramanas had already said that. His claim was more hopeful, that suffering is produced, link by link, by a process that can be interrupted. This is what he saw in the third watch. Not a theology, not a ladder of spiritual stages, a mechanism. The mechanism that makes an ordinary mind into a factory of small deaths, millions of times over, across an entire life. And what he saw was precise enough to be taught, precise enough to be verified by any mind willing to sit still long enough to watch a single moment of its own experience. And then he saw something else. He saw that every link, every single one, is conditioned. Nothing in the chain arises on its own power. Each link needs the one before it in order to appear. Which means, if any link fails to arise, the whole chain for that moment ends. Remove contact, your phone stays silent, or you are not in the room, the chain never begins. Remove feeling tone. You meet the buzz with a mind so settled it does not label the sound as anything. The chain collapses at link 2. Remove craving. You feel the pleasant quality of the buzz without reaching for it. The chain collapses at link 3. In each case, the suffering that was about to be produced simply does not arise. The buzz happens. The mind remains whole. No small death occurs. This is the liberation the teaching points to. Not a dramatic liberation. Not a thunderclap. A quiet, specific, engineered collapse of the chain at a single link. One turn of the wheel that does not complete. Then another, then another. Eventually, the wheel has lost so much fuel that it is no longer the main thing happening inside you. In the Pakaya Sutta, the Buddha uses a phrase that stops many of his students. He says the law of dependent arising is not dependent on him. Whether a Buddha arises or not, this is how phenomena condition one another. He is not giving doctrine. He is describing the weather, which means you cannot argue with it any more than you can argue with rain. You can only learn how it works well enough to step out of it when it begins to fall. Try this, gently. Think of something mildly irritating that happened today. A message you did not like. A tone of voice. A task you were given that you resented. Notice, inside your body, the place where the irritation still lives. A small tightness in the jaw, perhaps. A slight heat behind the eyes. A shortening of the breath. That is the middle of a chain. Contact happened hours ago. Feeling tone arose. Craving arose. The craving to push the thing away, to be right about it, to explain it to someone who will agree with you. Clinging arose. A self formed around it. The aggrieved person, the one who was wronged. Now, just for this moment, let the craving loosen. You do not have to get rid of it. You do not have to fix anything. You only have to stop feeding it. Let the irritation sit where it sits, without chasing a conclusion about it. Notice how the mind immediately wants to move, to replay the scene, to rehearse the response. Let it want to move and stay here. The wanting to move is itself a small craving, another link forming. Watch this one too. Notice what it does when nobody follows it anywhere. It thins. Not because something has been resolved, not because the person was forgiven, or the situation changed, or the mind decided to be better. Simply because the fuel was withheld for one moment. The aggrieved self runs on craving, specifically on the craving to push the irritating thing away. Stop feeding the craving, and the self has nothing to run on. It does not vanish. It has not been defeated. It has simply lost the fuel it needs to become the main event inside you. That is a chain collapsing at link 3. That is a small gear disengaging. That is, in miniature, what the Buddha spent 45 years of his life pointing to. The thinning is not dramatic. It will not show up on any scan. Nobody standing near you would notice it happened. But something in the mind has just discovered that the aggrieved self is not compulsory. That single discovery is the seed of every later liberation. The wheel is not stopped in a single blow. It is stopped one disengaged gear at a time, over a long and patient relationship with your own attention. Every chain you collapse, even once, teaches the mind something it cannot unlearn. The mind begins to suspect that the next chain might also be optional. And the one after that, and the one after that. The whole wheel, which seemed as solid as weather, begins to look like something that was being held in place by habits of attention. That suspicion, once it arrives, does not go away. You will lose it 100 times. You will be swept back into the wheel, fully, as if the seeing never happened. The craving will feel compulsory again. The irritation will feel total again. And then, in some unannounced moment, the suspicion will return. And the question with it, is this compulsory? The seeing he arrived at under that tree does not require anyone to believe in rebirth, or to accept any cosmology, or to hold any view at all. It requires only this, to sit still with one ordinary moment, a buzz, an irritation, a small craving, and to watch what it does when nobody acts on it. The chain is visible to any mind willing to look. The moment it becomes visible, it becomes, for the first time, something other than compulsory. This is what the 49 Nights produced. A map, not a map of somewhere distant. A map of what is happening right now, in this listening, in the space behind these words. The wheel is turning. You can see it turning. And a wheel you can see is the only kind of wheel you can step off. Seeing it does not require years of practice to begin. It requires one moment of honest looking. Any ordinary moment will do. But seeing the chain is not the same as starting it. Every chain begins with contact. Contact is unavoidable. You have sense organs, and the world keeps arriving through them without asking permission. But between contact and feeling tone, between the buzz and the lean toward the phone, something is already shaping the response. Something older than any single moment of craving. When the Shramanas described karma as the driver of the cycle, they were not wrong. But karma itself runs on something. Every karmic trace that carries forward from one life to the next was planted by a mind in a particular condition. And that condition has three faces. Three forces so old they appear in the earliest Buddhist art as animals at the hub of the wheel, because animals act entirely from instinct, with no awareness that anything else is available. These three forces do not stand outside the chain and direct it from a distance. They are inside every link, tilting the feeling tone before contact has fully registered, shaping the craving before the thirst has formed. At the very center of the wheel of life, three animals are coiled together, each biting the tail of the next. They are what keep the chain starting. They are what the chain is ultimately made of. Their names are very old. You have already met all three. And once they are seen clearly, everything about how the wheel runs becomes, finally, legible. Their names are desire, hatred, and delusion. Not as philosophical categories, as fires. The Buddha's most famous teaching about them begins with fire, and it is worth beginning there too. Several months after the night under the Bodhi tree, the Buddha addressed a gathering of 1,000 former fire worshippers, people who had spent years tending sacred flames, who understood fire as a living force, who knew its qualities the way a farmer knows soil. He gave them one teaching. He said, everything is burning. The eye is burning. Everything the eye sees is burning. The ear is burning. Everything the ear hears is burning. Every sense organ and every object of every sense organ is burning. And when the assembled monks asked, burning with what? The Buddha answered, with the fire of passion, with the fire of hatred, with the fire of delusion. This teaching, known in the tradition as the Fire Sermon, is among the most direct statements the Buddha ever made about the condition of an unexamined life. He was speaking directly to people who already understood fire. He did not have to explain what a fire does to what it touches. He was meeting his audience exactly where they were, which is what the Buddha consistently did. He is not saying experience is bad. He is saying that experience, for a mind that has not yet seen clearly, is saturated with these three forces at every point. Not occasionally, not in the dramatic moments, everywhere, at all times, through every sense. The old Buddhist tradition depicted these three forces as animals at the very center of the wheel of life. A rooster for desire, a snake for hatred, a pig for delusion. This imagery comes from the Tibetan tradition's way of teaching the wheel, but the concept it depicts is fully authentic to the earliest Buddhist texts. The Buddha's own teaching in multiple suttas identifies these three as the roots of all unwholesome action, the three conditions from which every harmful thing a being does ultimately flows. Why these three and not others? Because every act that causes harm, every word that wounds, every thought that diminishes another being or oneself is traceable to one of these three roots. Greed at its root, hatred at its root, or delusion at its root. And these roots do not take turns. They are coiled together, feeding each other. Desire generates the conditions for aversion when what is desired is lost or threatened. Aversion generates the conditions for grasping when the mind becomes desperate for relief. Delusion feeds both, because a mind that cannot see clearly cannot see that it is grasping, or that it is contracted in aversion, or that these two states are the very conditions producing its suffering. The first fire is desire. When the Buddha analyzed desire in the Pali Canon, he found not one thing, but three. The first is the most obvious, the wanting of pleasant sensory experience. The good meal, the attractive person, the comfortable chair, the satisfying conversation, the version of the present moment that is better than this one. The second is subtler and in some ways more tenacious, because it wears the costume of ambition rather than weakness, the craving for existence, the wanting to become, to continue, to be more than one currently is. Not just the wanting of pleasurable things, but the wanting of a better version of oneself, a more successful self, a more admired self, a self that will last. This is the craving behind most of what gets called ambition, striving, or self-improvement. Not all of it, but the part of it that is not oriented toward anything real, but simply toward the feeling that the present self is not quite enough. The third is the most counterintuitive, the craving for non-existence, the wanting to escape, to disappear, to stop feeling what is currently being felt. This too, the Buddha identified as a form of craving, not its absence. Because the mind that is desperately wanting to not be here is still a mind organized around a passionate wanting. Think about how these three operate in an ordinary day. The first craving shows up in the reach for the phone within 30 seconds of waking, in the preference for the coffee that is just right over the coffee that is merely adequate, in the way a particular song can produce a specific quality of wanting, not wanting the song exactly, but wanting the feeling the song almost but never quite delivers. The second craving shows up in the mind that rehearses a difficult conversation and imagines a version of it where the self appears competent, poised, the right kind of person, or in the low-level chronic wanting to be further along than one is. The third shows up in the moments of genuine distress, when the mind does not want more experience, it wants less. It wants the afternoon to just be over. It wants the conversation to end. It wants the discomfort to stop. All three are the same fire with different temperatures. The second fire is hatred. The Buddha was precise about this too. Ill will, the aversive, hostile, pushing away quality of mind, does not require an enemy. It requires only the thought, I have been wronged, or I am being wronged, or I will be wronged. And these three thoughts can be directed toward anyone, strangers, acquaintances, the people we love most. The old texts give a precise list of the sources of ill will. This person wronged me. This person is wronging me. This person will wrong me. This person wronged someone I love. This person is wronging someone I love. This person will wrong someone I love. 9 combinations of past, present, and future harm directed at self or loved ones. The mind that is running through these 9 possibilities at 2 in the morning is doing exactly what the Buddha described 2,500 years ago. The friend who said the thing that landed wrong, the driver who did not signal, The colleague who got the credit for something you did. The parent who once, decades ago, said something that has never fully been digested. The Buddha told a story to describe how far the practice of non-aversion actually extends. He said, even if bandits were to seize you and cut you limb from limb with a two-handled saw, the one among you who allowed hatred to arise in response would not be following my teaching. This is not a teaching about suppressing anger or performing patience. It is a teaching about the direction of the fire. A being consumed by hatred is being harmed by the hatred first, before it reaches anyone else. The saw does its work for a time. The hatred, unchecked, does its work indefinitely. The Buddha was not asking for inhuman equanimity. He was pointing out that hatred poisons the one who holds it, at least as completely as anything it is directed toward. In everyday life, this fire runs on a much lower flame than the saw story suggests. It is the mild irritation at the colleague who speaks too slowly in meetings. The persistent resentment towards someone who received something you felt you deserved. The reflexive tightening when a certain name comes up on the phone. The quality of an interaction that leaves you feeling subtly dismissed, and the way that feeling keeps returning hours later, replaying the moment with different endings. This is the same fire as the dramatic version, just a quieter burn. The third fire is delusion. Of the three, this one is the hardest to see, because it is the fire that prevents the seeing. The Buddha was specific about what delusion actually is. Not stupidity, not lack of information. Delusion is the inability to see three things clearly. First, that everything changes. Every condition, every experience, every state of mind, every relationship, every situation is in constant motion. Nothing is holding still. Second, that because everything changes, nothing can deliver permanent satisfaction. The good meal satisfies and then it is over. The good relationship brings genuine joy and also brings difficulty. The achieved goal produces brief relief and then the next goal forms. Third, that the self we take to be a fixed, stable, permanent center of experience is itself a process rather than a thing. Not a fixed noun, an ongoing verb, a flowing process that the mind freezes into a concept and then spends enormous energy defending. A mind in delusion acts as if the impermanent were permanent, as if the unsatisfying were capable of finally satisfying, as if this particular self were something solid that must be protected and promoted at all costs. This is why delusion is the first link in the chain, the one the chain originates from. A mind that cannot see clearly will keep generating desire for things that cannot last, will keep generating aversion when those things change or disappoint, and will keep mistaking the experience of suffering for something external to itself. Think about the last time you were certain that achieving a specific thing would finally make you feel settled. The job, the relationship, the number in the bank account, the recognition, and then it arrived, and you felt settled for a while, and then the next thing formed, This is delusion operating exactly as the Buddha described it, not because you were foolish, but because the mind under delusion keeps believing this time will be different. The smoke from this particular fire is invisible to the one producing it. The practice the Buddha taught for working with these three forces directly is very simple. It is recognition, not suppression, not dramatic effort, not fighting, simply seeing what is present. When desire is present, know that desire is present. When aversion is present, know that aversion is present. When confusion is present, know that confusion is present. Not as a judgment, not as a failure. As a simple recognition, the way you would note the weather. Raining, not raining. Desire is present. The desire does not need to be followed. It does not need to be fought. It needs to be seen. A fire that is seen clearly is already less dangerous than a fire burning invisibly in a room you have convinced yourself is empty. The naming does not extinguish the fire. It means you are no longer standing in the fire thinking you are somewhere else. It means the fire is no longer the whole room. It is a fire in a room that you are observing from a position just slightly outside it. That position is the beginning of freedom. The Buddha also gave specific antidotes for each of the three. Against desire, generosity. Every genuine act of giving runs directly against the grasping quality of desire. The hand that is opening cannot simultaneously be clutching. Generosity is not just a moral virtue. It is a specific practice that changes the orientation of the mind. Against hatred, loving kindness, the deliberate cultivation of genuine goodwill toward other beings. The Buddha taught an entire practice of extending this goodwill outward, starting with those easiest to love and moving progressively toward those who are difficult or neutral, not as a performance, as a real change in the direction of the mind. Against delusion, wisdom, the sustained practice of actually looking at impermanence rather than assuming it theoretically. Watching things end. Watching moods change. Watching the self that felt so solid this morning feel quite different by evening. Not philosophically, observationally. The Buddha pointed out that these three antidotes directly address the structure of their corresponding poison. Generosity does not try to argue with desire. It simply changes what the hand is doing. Loving kindness does not try to suppress hatred. It replaces the contraction with an expansion. Wisdom does not tell delusion it is wrong. It shows delusion what it is missing, directly, in the texture of ordinary experience. These three poisons and their antidotes are not abstract ideas about ethics or psychology. They are the direct conditions that determine where consciousness goes after this life ends. They are what the wheel is made of. A consciousness saturated with desire tends toward realms where craving can briefly find its object, and then discovers the object does not satisfy the way the craving promised it would. A consciousness saturated with hatred tends toward realms where the contracted, belligerent energy that hatred produces generates its corresponding conditions. A consciousness saturated with delusion moves through the wheel without ever seeing the wheel, keeps acting from the same three roots, life after life, because it cannot see that it is doing so. And a consciousness in which the wholesome roots have been genuinely cultivated, in which generosity, virtue, and clarity have been genuinely developed, tends toward the conditions those qualities produce. Which brings us to the first and most beautiful of the 6 realms. The realm that is the direct fruit of a long cultivation of the good, of generosity, virtue, and the development of the mind. The realm where the poisons, for a time, have been outweighed. The heaven realm is the most beautiful of the 6. In the Buddhist cosmology, it is a real destination, a place where consciousness arrives after lifetimes of genuinely good actions. Not just one kind of good action, 3 specifically. Generosity, the genuine giving of time, resources, and care to other beings without keeping score. Virtue, the consistent, repeated choice, life after life, not to cause harm. And meditation, the actual cultivation of the mind, the deliberate development of calm, clarity, and concentration across many lifetimes of practice. The old texts are specific. Generosity produces the wealth of the Deva realm. Virtue produces the safety. Meditation produces the refinement, the quality of radiance and stillness that distinguishes the higher Deva realms from the lower. The fruit of all 3 combined is a form of existence so saturated with ease and beauty that the fundamental question the Buddha spent his life answering never fully arises there. Why does the suffering not stop? In the heaven realm, the question simply does not press. The conditions that would generate it are not present. The old texts are quite specific about this realm. It is not a single place, but a whole range of Deva realms, from lower to higher, each more refined than the last. Some Devas dwell in realms of great physical beauty and pleasure. Others dwell in realms of more refined radiance that the human senses cannot really imagine. For the purposes of this teaching, we are treating them as one broad category, because the essential teaching about them is the same across all levels. The beings of this realm, the Devas, the shining ones, live in conditions of ease for what the texts describe as thousands of human years. No illness, no poverty, no rejection, no grief, no day that feels like it will never end. A quality of light and beauty that the human senses have no real equivalent for. And not for a brief holiday, for an epoch. This sounds wonderful, and in many ways it is. But the Buddha saw the specific trap inside it. The problem is not the ease. The problem is what the ease does to the motivation to practice. Think about someone who has been going through a very difficult period in their life. Financial pressure, a difficult relationship, a health problem that has not resolved. They are asking hard questions. They are meditating. They are doing the work. The difficulty is pressing them towards something real. Now think about what happens when things suddenly get much better. the pressure lifts. Life becomes comfortable, easy, enjoyable. And very gradually, without any single decision being made, the meditation practice becomes less regular. The hard questions become less urgent. Why ask difficult questions about the nature of suffering when the afternoon is this pleasant? This is what the Buddha identified as the real danger of the heaven realm. Not that it is bad, that it is so good that it makes practice feel unnecessary. Think about what a long holiday does to the mind. In the first few days, there is genuine relief, genuine rest, the pleasure of not being pressed. But if the holiday goes on long enough and comfort becomes the new normal, something else happens. A kind of formlessness. The habit of asking good questions weakens. The natural capacity for focused effort softens. Not because anything bad happened, because nothing pressing happened either. Now imagine that holiday lasting 1,000 years. The specific word the Buddha used for this condition was heedlessness. The Devas, surrounded by beauty and ease for many thousands of years, become, there is no better word for it, drunk on their conditions. Not drunk in a dramatic way, drunk in the quiet way that prolonged comfort produces. The questions stop. The practice stops. The urgency dissolves. Everything is fine right now, and right now is very long in the heaven realm. This is why the Dhammapada, one of the most beloved texts in the Buddhist tradition, opens with the statement that heedfulness is the path to the deathless, and heedlessness is the path to death. Not physical death, the death of the possibility of liberation within this particular span of existence. The opportunity wasted inside the comfort. The window that stayed open and was never used. The Devas also cannot truly understand suffering, and this too is part of the trap. They can see suffering in other realms. They can observe it, but they have never been inside it. And what you have never been inside, you cannot truly understand. The Buddha observed that it is often the beings who have suffered most who can offer the most genuine help to others who are suffering. Not because suffering is good, because being on the inside of it gives a knowledge that no amount of observation from a comfortable distance can replicate. The Deva has genuine goodwill towards suffering beings. What the Deva lacks is the specific knowledge that only comes from having been on the inside of suffering, the knowledge that makes help actually useful rather than well-intentioned but distant. The Tibetan teachers, who mapped the wheel of existence with extraordinary precision, describe the ending of the heaven realm in detail that has survived in the tradition for centuries. When a Deva's accumulated merit begins to run out, 5 signs appear. The first sign, the flower garland the Deva always wears around their neck, begins to wither. In the heaven realm, flowers never wither. So this is noticed immediately. The second sign, the Deva's celestial robes lose their fragrance. These robes have smelled of sandalwood for centuries. Suddenly they do not. The third sign, the skin, which has never once perspired in all those thousands of years, begins to sweat. The fourth sign, the companions, beings who have always been present, always close, begin to drift away. The fifth sign, the throne, which has held the Deva's body perfectly for as long as memory reaches, stops feeling right. Think about what this must feel like. A being who has lived in complete ease for 1,000 years, who has never seen a dead flower, who has never felt their own sweat, who has never watched a companion leave. One morning, the garland withers. They replace it. The next one withers too. They notice the robe. They notice the sweat. They notice the empty space where someone always stood. None of these signs arrive loudly. Each one, taken on its own, could be explained away. But together, in sequence, they are unmistakable. The Deva has lived for 1,000 years without a single moment of genuine uncertainty. The 1,000 years of heedlessness have not made them wise about impermanence. They have only made them unprepared for it. And in the hour when the signs can no longer be ignored, the Deva faces something that 1,000 years of comfort never prepared them for, the understanding that this was always temporary. Every teaching on impermanence that passed through their awareness without landing now arrives all at once, with the full weight of what was not practiced. Alongside the heedlessness, a second problem develops in the heaven realm, and it is worth understanding as its own thing. When a being has possessed superior beauty, superior power, and superior conditions for thousands of years, a specific kind of pride tends to form. Not the ordinary pride in something achieved, the pride of simply being what one is. The Deva who looks at beings in lower realms and feels, quietly and without examining it, that they are of a higher order, that their beauty and power and position are simply expressions of what they fundamentally are, rather than conditions that arose through causes and will pass when those causes are exhausted. This conceit does not announce itself. It settles in the background, the way assumptions settle, unexamined because everything around them confirms it. It compounds the heedlessness. A being who already has no felt urgency to practice, and who also feels, at some quiet level, that their superior conditions reflect something true about them. That particular being has two compounding reasons not to look more closely at its own situation. The Dhammapada puts the root problem directly. From clinging to dear things comes grief. From clinging to dear things comes fear. For one who is free from clinging, there is no grief, whence fear. The Buddha is not teaching against beauty or ease. He is teaching against what happens when a being clings to beautiful and easy conditions as if they were permanent. Because they are not permanent, they were never permanent. The garland proves it. The throne proves it. And the grief, when the conditions finally end, is exactly proportional to how completely the Deva had stopped asking the real questions inside the comfort. The Buddha taught that the human realm is actually better for liberation than the heaven realm. Not because humans are more capable than Devas, but because the human condition contains two things that the heaven realm does not. Enough suffering to make the question urgent, and enough capacity to actually pursue the answer. A Deva has the capacity but no urgency. the pleasure dissolves the urgency. A being whose every need is already perfectly met has no particular reason to go looking for what is still incomplete. The incompleteness is there, but it is buried very deep under a very long good season. A human being in a difficult period has both urgency and capacity at the same time. The window is open. This is why the Buddha said the human rebirth is precious. Not because it is always comfortable, it is not reliably, but because it is the specific condition where the question of liberation can actually be heard. The practice is heedfulness, the quality of staying awake inside a good season instead of gradually falling asleep inside it. Here is what this looks like practically. The next time something in your life is going genuinely well, a relationship, your health, a period of financial ease, try holding two honest things at the same time. First, this is real. This good condition is genuinely here. Receive it fully. Second, this will change. Not as a warning, not as a threat, simply as a plain fact. The good season is real and it is temporary. Both of these things are true at the same time, and holding both does not make the good condition feel worse. For most people, it makes it feel more real, more fully received, more present. The Buddha spent 6 years refusing comfort completely and rejected that path. Heedfulness is not refusal. It is the willingness to stay awake inside the good conditions, rather than becoming drunk on them. To keep asking the real questions, even when everything around you is saying the questions are no longer necessary. The Deva in the heaven realm who stays awake, who keeps practicing even when nothing is pressing them to practice, is the rare Deva. The texts describe such Devas as having found what the comfortable conditions could not give them. The urgency from the inside rather than needing it from the outside. Not urgency born of suffering, urgency born of clear understanding. They do not need the garland to wither to remind them. They already know it will. The heaven realm ends the moment its ease encounters the awareness of someone else's ease. A name, a life glimpsed, a quiet, automatic calculation about the distance between this comfortable existence and that one. The ease that was sufficient a moment ago discovers it is not sufficient anymore. A measuring has silently begun. The second realm begins the moment the mind in the heaven realm picks up the measuring tool and starts looking upward. Think about someone you know who is genuinely capable. Not just moderately talented, someone with real ability, real intelligence, real drive. Someone who has worked hard and achieved real things. Now think about whether that person is at peace. Because sometimes the answer is no. Sometimes the person with the most capability is the least at peace, because all of that capability is pointed outward, toward whoever is slightly above them, toward a competition that never concludes, toward a position they are always fighting to reach or to defend. They win. They look up. There is someone higher. They fight again. They win again. There is someone higher again. The fighting is real. The winning is real. The peace is never real. That condition, great power, great capability, and no peace is the signature of the jealous god's realm. In the Buddhist cosmology, the jealous god's realm is a real destination of consciousness. It is sometimes called the demigod realm, beings of enormous power who are not quite gods, not quite human, but something formidable in between. The beings of this realm, the Asuras, are described in the Pali Canon as extraordinarily powerful. They are not weak or small. They are, in many ways, formidable. The old texts describe them as warriors of immense capability. Their strength is genuine. Their intelligence is genuine. Their energy and drive are genuine. What defines them is not a lack of power. It is what they do with the power they have, which is to direct every bit of it, without rest, toward conflict with the beings above them. The Pali Canon contains a series of teachings describing the relationship between the Devas and the Asuras. They are at war, repeatedly and continuously, across vast spans of time. The Asuras were once associated with the Deva realm above. They lived near it, perhaps within it. Then they were expelled, cast downward, and their entire existence since then has been organized around one project: getting back. They go to war with the Devas. They lose. They regroup. They go to war again. They lose again. The cycle does not end. The Asura cannot stop fighting. Think about what this means in practical terms. A being of great capability goes into battle with absolutely everything it has. It loses. It recovers. It studies the defeat. It trains harder. It prepares more carefully. It goes into battle again, this time better prepared than before. It loses again, because the Devas above are not standing still either. They too are moving, growing, rising. The gap the Asura closes is the gap the Deva uses to climb higher. And the whole effort begins again. Every round of this takes something from the Asura that is not replaced. Not because the fighting is working, it is not working, but because the Asura's entire sense of itself is tied to the project of reclaiming what it lost. To stop fighting would be to accept a position it cannot accept. There is a tree that appears in the Buddhist cosmological tradition that describes this situation with extraordinary precision. It is called the Pariyata, a beautiful tree, unlike any that grows in our world. This tree stands at the border of the two realms. Its roots are in the ground below. Its branches reach into the realm above. And the fruit, extraordinary, fragrant, available to those who are in the upper branches, grows only where the Asuras cannot reach it. The Asuras tend the ground around this tree. They have always tended it. The fruit has never been theirs. And the teaching is not about the unfairness of this. This is not a story about whether the situation is just or unjust. The Buddha was not making an argument about what the Asura deserves. He was pointing to something more fundamental, A being that has the ground beneath its feet already and cannot notice it because its eyes are always pointed at the fruit it does not yet have. The root of all this suffering is a specific kind of pride. Not ordinary pride in one's achievements. Something more specific, the refusal to accept any position that is not at the top. In the Buddhist understanding, this kind of pride says, I should be above. I was above. I deserve to be above. And until I am above again, I will not rest. It is the pride that turns every encounter into a test of relative position. It is the pride that turns a colleague's success into a competitive threat rather than something neutral. It is the pride that makes it genuinely impossible to be glad when someone else thrives, because their thriving seems to say something about your standing. Think about what this looks like in a human life. Not the person who occasionally feels envious. That is ordinary human experience. The person whose primary relationship with the world is competitive. The person who cannot hear about a colleague's achievement without immediately calculating how it affects their own position. The person who works incredibly hard, genuinely works harder than almost anyone around them, but whose work is not oriented toward anything they actually want to build. It is oriented toward being above, winning, not being outranked. This person achieves real things. The achievements bring no lasting peace. Think about what a weekend looks like for someone living this way. The weekends. There is no ability to simply rest and be satisfied with what occurred. The mind is already in the next round, already assessing what others achieved this week, already positioning for Monday. The ease that should be available is blocked by the permanent orientation toward the next conflict, because the person above them has moved higher, and the fighting must continue. The Buddha identified the specific cost of this kind of existence very clearly. He said that a being whose energy is entirely directed toward conflict and competition is a being who has taken every gift of their capability and pointed it at a target that will never stay still. The Asura is perpetually 5 minutes behind a position that is not yet theirs. They fight toward it. They reach it. The Devas have moved higher. The position they fought for has become the floor. A new ceiling has appeared. The fighting begins again. And the tragedy is not that the Asura is weak. The tragedy is that the Asura is strong, and all of that strength is being spent on a war that does not end, directed by a pride that does not allow rest, toward a peace that the Asura does not know how to reach. The Buddha pointed to something that the pride produces in the Asura's inner life, a quality that is a direct consequence of living entirely inside the competition. When everything is interpreted as a contest of position, another person's success stops being something neutral. It becomes a data point about the ranking. Good news about someone above you registers as a setback. Good news about someone beside you registers as a warning. The world becomes a ranking system first, and everything else second. This is the envy the old texts describe, and it is important to understand that it is not the root condition. It is what the pride produces. The Asura is not primarily envious. The Asura is primarily belligerent. And because of the belligerence, because every relationship is structured as a competition, genuine gladness at another being's success becomes nearly impossible. The old texts describe this envy as a thorn, driven into the heart not by the person doing well, but by the one who is measuring. The thorn is not caused by the other person's position. It is caused by the measuring. And the measuring is caused by the pride that cannot accept any position but the top. Think about what a human life organized entirely around competition actually feels like from the inside. Every conversation carries a faint hum of assessment. Are they above me, below me, a threat, an ally? Every achievement brings a moment of relief, and then the immediate question, what now? What is next? Who is still ahead? Other people's successes, even people you love, arrive with a complicated texture that takes real effort to work through. The exhaustion this way of living produces is not physical. It is the exhaustion of a being that never once put down the measuring tool, never stopped to ask whether the competition is actually where the nourishment is. The practice the Buddha offered for this realm is the same one he offered for the specific quality of envy wherever it appears: sympathetic joy. The capacity to feel genuinely glad when another person does well. Not to perform gladness. Not to manage the envy so it is less visible. To actually feel, in the body, something that could honestly be called happiness when good things happen to other people. This is the practice that directly dismantles the measuring system. Because the measuring system runs on the assumption that another person's position affects yours. Sympathetic joy rests on the direct experience that it does not. When you can be genuinely glad that someone else's branch has fruit on it, the war ends. Not because you have won, because you have discovered there was no war. What the Asura does not know, what the conflict has prevented it from discovering, is that the nourishment it has been fighting for is already available. Not in the Deva realm above. In the ground it is already standing in. A being that has stopped fighting for the fruit it cannot reach, discovers, sometimes with surprise, that the ground beneath it is already rich, that it was always rich, that the war was not the way to the nourishment. The war was what was preventing access to it. Sympathetic joy is not a complicated practice. It does not require that you stop wanting to do well yourself. It does not require that you become indifferent to your own progress. It asks only that you hold two things at once: your own legitimate aspiration and a genuine gladness at the aspiration of others. These two things are not in conflict. The Asura's pride made them seem like they were in conflict. They are not. Alongside this, the Buddha also taught loving kindness, the simple practice of genuinely wishing other beings well. Not performing warmth, not managing hostility so it does not show outwardly, actually wishing, in whatever small way is honest, that the beings around you are well. For the Asura's mind, which has organized every relationship around competition, this is a direct counter to the structure of the pride. You cannot genuinely wish someone well and be at war with them simultaneously. The practice is this simple. The next time someone you know achieves something significant, before the measuring begins, find one genuine thing to be glad about on their behalf. Not something you perform outwardly for them, something you actually feel inwardly. It might take a moment to find. It might feel unfamiliar at first. The body that has been running on competition for a long time will resist it the way a muscle resists a new movement. But underneath the resistance, underneath the habitual assessment, something else is available. A warmth, a genuine expansion in the chest, the capacity to be glad that another being is doing well, which is, it turns out, something the heart is actually built for. Below the jealous god's realm, the warfare stops. Not because the Asura found peace, but because something simpler takes over. In the jealous god's realm, consciousness still knows it wants something above. It knows the devas are there. It can see the fruit in the branches. In the realm below, none of this is visible anymore. There is only the immediate ground, the immediate need, the immediate step, and no capacity to look up toward anything at all. There is a fish in a river somewhere right now that has been hunted every single day of its existence. It does not know why. It has no concept of why. The word why requires a kind of stepping back from immediate experience that this realm simply does not contain. It knows only what its body knows. The shadow above the water that means danger, the current that means open space, the split second in which everything must become movement or nothing. It cannot ask what it did to deserve this. It cannot make a decision that might change its situation over time. It cannot understand that the heron waiting at the bank is not personal, or that the net pulled from the water was set by a human who will not think about it again. It is inside its life completely, and completely unable to step back from it even for a single moment. This is the animal realm. Not as a metaphor, as a real destination of consciousness, a condition of existence that the Buddha described plainly, without softening, in some of the most direct passages in the entire Pali Canon. Consciousness arrives in the animal realm through sustained immoral action across lifetimes, through killing, cruelty, and a deep, persistent refusal to understand that actions have consequences. The karma that produces this realm is not the small carelessness of an inattentive morning. It is the heavy karma of a being that consistently acted in ways that caused harm, and never once stopped to consider what it was doing. The Buddha described the animal realm in one teaching with a detail that has stayed in the tradition for 2,500 years. He said the animals devour each other. The large fish eat the small fish. The strong devour the weak. The deer is hunted. The ox is yoked and beaten and has no understanding of why its life is structured this way. The bird is caught in the net. There is no safety in this realm. There is no moment of genuine rest, because the threat is always present and the body always knows it. Fear is not an event in the animal realm. Fear is the permanent climate. Think about what a deer's day actually contains. It wakes into alertness, not into ease. Every sound is immediately processed for threat. Every movement in the surrounding trees requires an instant assessment. Safe or not safe, stay or flee. The water it needs to drink is the same water the predator knows it will come to. The open ground it must cross to reach food is the same open ground that makes it visible. There is no moment in this day when the body is not on low-level alarm. There is no moment of the kind of ease that the Deva takes as ordinary and permanent. The old teachers describe the beings of this realm with a single image that carries more meaning the longer you hold it. They said these beings go sideways, not forward, not upward, sideways. Watch any animal move through the world and you will see it immediately. The face parallel to the ground, the eyes pointed at the earth in front of the next step, the head that never lifts toward the sky. In Buddhist cosmology, the upright posture, the ability to stand and look up, is the physical symbol of a being that can orient towards something higher than survival. The animal cannot do this, not because it is incapable of physical movement, because its entire existence is organized around the ground in front of the next step. The horizon does not exist for it. The sky does not exist for it. There is only what is immediately here, immediately threatening or immediately needed. This is not a failure of will. The animal has never had the upright posture available. It was not born with the capacity that would allow it to look up. The question the teaching asks, and asks with some urgency, is whether a being that does have the upright posture available is actually using it. Whether a being that can look up is looking up. But the deepest suffering of the animal realm is not the predation. It is something more specific than fear, and in some ways more total. The animal has no understanding that its actions have consequences. A dog that bites a child does not know it has done something that will shape its future. The connection between what it did and what will happen to it next is completely invisible to it. A crow that steals food from another bird does not know that stealing is stealing. A cat that plays with a mouse before killing it is not capable of recognizing cruelty as cruelty. These are not moral failures in the way human cruelty is a moral failure. They are simply the actions of a being without the faculty that makes moral awareness possible. The animal acts. The action produces consequences. The animal does not know this. The animal cannot know this. The very capacity that would allow it to understand the link between what it does and what happens to it next is precisely the capacity this realm lacks. The Buddha identified this not knowing. This absence of the faculty for understanding cause and consequence as the very first link in the chain of suffering. Not the second link or the 10th. The first, the one from which all the others flow. Because a being that does not understand that its actions have consequences will keep generating the same karma life after life, without the possibility of turning the wheel in a different direction. The wheel turns. The being does not know it is on a wheel. This is not ignorance in the sense of lacking information. It is the absence of the faculty that would allow the information to mean anything. Think about the human situations that carry the echo of this. Not inattentiveness, not a distracted morning. Something more serious. A person who has caused significant harm to the people around them and has never once stopped to consider the effect of their actions on those people. Not because they lack any kind of intelligence, because the faculty that would allow them to make that connection, the capacity to step back from the impulse and ask what this will produce, has not been developed, or has been deliberately ignored for so long that it has grown very quiet. The person who keeps repeating the same harmful behavior in relationships and genuinely cannot see the pattern. The person whose cruelty is so habitual that it no longer registers as cruelty even to themselves. These are human moments. They are not the animal realm itself. They are the same mechanism, the same disconnection between action and consequence, running at the scale available in the human condition. The question the Buddha asked at this point is one of the most important in the entire teaching. What is it that humans have that animals do not? Not intelligence. Animals are intelligent. Not social bonds. Many animals form deep bonds. Not even the capacity for suffering. Animals suffer profoundly. What humans have, and what makes the human realm the rare and precious opportunity the Buddha said it was, is the capacity to make a conscious moral choice. An animal cannot choose not to eat a smaller fish. It cannot look at the impulse to bite, recognize it as an impulse, and decide not to follow it. A human can. In every moment where harm is possible, a human being has access to a pause that no animal has. A breath, a question, a recognition that what is about to happen will have consequences for another being and for the one who acts. This pause is extraordinarily thin. It is easy to miss. It is easy to stop using. Think about a moment of genuine anger, the kind that arrives fast and hot and already knows what it wants to say. In that moment there is a fraction of a second, almost too small to notice, between the feeling of the anger and the choice of what to do with it. That fraction of a second is the whole practice, not the absence of anger, not the performance of patience, just the recognition that the fraction exists and the willingness in that fraction to choose. And that willingness is the thing that separates a life moving toward liberation from a life spent going sideways. The practice the Buddha taught in response to this is the simplest and most foundational in the entire tradition. Virtue. Not virtue as a moral performance. Not virtue as following a list of rules out of obedience. Virtue as the full, deliberate exercise of the capacity for conscious moral choice. Think about what keeping even one of these precepts actually requires. Not to kill means noticing, in small moments throughout a day, when an action would cause harm, and pausing. Not to use harmful speech means catching the sharp word before it lands, and asking whether this needs to be said. Every such moment, however small, is an exercise of the faculty that defines the human condition. This is why the Buddha said the human rebirth is rare and precious. Not because humans are the most powerful beings in the cosmology. They are not. Not because humans are the happiest. They are not. But because the human condition is the one that contains both enough suffering to make the question urgent and enough capacity to actually pursue the answer. The Deva in the heaven realm does not suffer enough to need to ask. The animal in the animal realm does not have the faculty to ask. The human being, right here, right now, in whatever specific, ordinary daily circumstance they currently occupy, has both. Every day that passes without using that capacity is, in a very real sense, a day spent going sideways, face to the ground, the sky unseen. Every moment that pause is found, the moment before the harmful word, the moment before the careless action, the moment before the impulse is followed without question, is a moment spent looking up. The practice is not complicated, and it does not require unusual circumstances. It is just consistent, and it is available in every single ordinary moment of every single ordinary day. The next realm is not a realm of predation or moral blindness. It is a realm of a completely different kind of suffering, and in some ways a suffering harder to bear than either. In the animal realm, the hunger comes and eventually is met. The fish finds food, the deer reaches water, the need is satisfied, at least for now. In the realm below, the hunger never reaches satisfaction at all. Not because food is absent, because the being's condition makes it impossible to receive what is right in front of them. The want is total. The want is permanent and unrelenting. And the want is the whole world. The old paintings show a body that does not make sense. An enormous, rounded belly, the size of a boulder, distended with emptiness. A throat as thin as a needle. A mouth the size of a pinprick. The being is eating. It is always eating. The belly never fills. It cannot fill, because the opening through which nourishment could pass is too small to let it through. This image, the distorted body that appears in Buddhist paintings across Asia, is a description of a specific realm in the Buddhist cosmology. It is not a metaphor for difficult emotions. It is a depiction of a real condition of existence. And it is a description of greed that corrects a misunderstanding at the start. Greed implies a choice, a willingness, a decision to take more than one's share. The being in this painting is not greedy. It is thirsty. And thirst is different from greed the way a drought is different from a water bill. Thirst is a body in a condition, not a moral failure, not a character flaw. A condition of existence in which the hunger and the structural inability to be satisfied are the same thing, experienced simultaneously, without end. In the Buddhist cosmology, the hungry ghost realm is a real destination of consciousness. The beings there, called Petas in the old texts, the departed ones, are described in specific detail across an entire collection of the Buddha's teachings devoted to them. These are not folk stories. The texts name the beings. They describe the specific actions across previous lives that produced their condition. And the pattern across case after case is remarkably consistent. One text describes a woman who, in a previous life, refused to share food even when she had plenty. Another describes a man who was generous to himself and no one else. A third describes someone who watched another person go hungry and felt nothing. Case by case, the stories are variations on the same pattern. Almost every being in the hungry ghost realm arrives there through the same karma: stinginess, the closed hand, the withheld meal, the person with resources who did not give them when giving was possible, the person who hoarded what they had while others had less. Think about what this reveals. The being who spent a lifetime refusing to open the hand arrives in a realm where the hand cannot open. The being who withheld nourishment from others arrives in a realm where nourishment cannot reach them. Not as punishment, as the natural continuation of the condition they were already living in. The karma is not external judgment from above. It is the momentum of a pattern carrying forward into its next expression. The Buddha made this connection with unusual clarity. He did not say the pater is being punished for stinginess. He said the pater is the stinginess, expressed in its next form, the condition having produced the corresponding realm, the way a seed produces its corresponding plant. The fruit is the same species as the seed. The Buddha identified the specific force driving this realm in the very first teaching he gave after awakening. In a deer park outside the city of Benares, he addressed his first 5 students and gave them the 4 noble truths. The second truth, the origin of suffering, has one word: thirst. Craving, the wanting that cannot stop wanting. And he was precise about its 3 shapes. Not because he wanted to categorize suffering, because he knew that a condition that cannot be named cannot be seen. And a condition that cannot be seen cannot be worked with. Naming the 3 shapes of craving is the first step in understanding that the wanting is not you. It is a condition arising in you with a shape that can be described. The first shape is the most familiar, the thirst for pleasant experience, for the good feeling, the comfortable moment, the satisfying outcome, the experience that delivers what the wanting promises. Think about the moment a package arrives. Something ordered online, anticipated for several days. The package is in the hand. The object is real. And in the first 8 seconds, something happens that is very quiet and very reliable. The attention begins to move on, not toward the object, toward the next wanting. The object is already in the hand, and the wanting has already relocated. This is not a character flaw. It is the mechanical operation of craving. Craving is not satisfied by its object. It is temporarily interrupted by it, and then resumes. The second shape is the thirst for existence, the wanting to become more, to continue, to be further along, to accumulate a self that will finally feel complete. Not the wanting of a specific thing, but the wanting of a better version of the one who is wanting. The third shape is the thirst for non-existence, the wanting to escape, to disappear, to stop feeling what is currently being felt. The mind that desperately wants the discomfort to be over, the afternoon that needs to end, the situation that needs to stop. 3 shapes, 1 fire, and in the hungry ghost realm, that fire is the entire weather. The Dhammapada addresses this directly. Craving in an unawakened mind grows like a creeper. Feed it and it spreads. Cut 1 shoot and 3 more appear. The creeper does not need encouragement to grow. It needs only the absence of someone paying attention. Left to itself, in the right conditions, it will cover the entire garden. It will grow over the windows. It will pull at the walls. And the being living inside will gradually stop noticing the light is gone. The Buddha follows this image with a precise instruction. The one who has seen the arising and understood the root removes the creeper entirely, does not merely trim it back. Cutting 1 shoot is not the practice. The practice is going to the root, seeing what feeds the wanting, understanding that the wanting is not the same as the need. The image of the Peta body describes this with a precision that no abstraction can match. The belly is enormous because the wanting is enormous. The throat is the size of a needle because nothing that arrives can pass through the structure of the craving. The bowl is never full, not because the bowl is empty, but because the bowl is the wrong shape. More food does not fix a throat that is the size of a needle. More acquiring does not satisfy a wanting that is structural. The problem is not the quantity of what arrives. The problem is the condition that is receiving it. Think about what this looks like in a human life. Not the dramatic version, not the person spiraling into addiction or compulsion. The ordinary version. The person who finishes a good meal and immediately wants something sweet. Not because they are still hungry, because the wanting has simply moved to the next target. The person who achieves something they have been working toward for 2 years, feels the relief for about a week, and then finds the wanting has already relocated to the next thing. The person who is loved, genuinely loved, and cannot quite receive it, not because the love is insufficient, but because the receiving mechanism has been trained to want, rather than to be satisfied. These are not the hungry ghost realm itself. They are the same mechanism running in the human condition. The realm itself involves beings for whom this condition is total, unrelieved, and accompanied by genuine physical suffering, heat, thirst, the torment of food that turns to ash or fire before it can be swallowed. The texts are not gentle about this. The human fingerprint of the realm is mild compared to the realm itself. The canonical antidote for this realm is specific. Not a meditation technique, not an attitude adjustment. The antidote is generosity. Specifically, the open hand, the deliberate act of giving what one has, to someone who needs it without calculating the return. The old texts record cases of living relatives transferring merit to paters through acts of generosity, giving in the name of the departed being, and watching the being's condition change. The specific practice is giving, not reflection on giving, actual giving. The old texts are very clear about why. The karma that leads to the hungry ghost realm is the closed hand across a lifetime. The karma that leads out of it, or prevents arriving there, is the open hand. Not because generosity earns a reward, because generosity directly addresses the mechanism. The hand that is genuinely giving cannot simultaneously be grasping. The act of opening interrupts the structural configuration of the wanting. Every genuine act of giving without calculation is a direct practice against the force that drives the hungry ghost realm. And alongside generosity, the Buddha taught something about how to work with the craving directly when it arises. Not to feed it, not to fight it, not to immediately reach for the next object it is pointing toward, but to sit with it, to stay with the sensation of wanting and simply watch what it does when no one acts on it. The wanting is not permanent. It does not hold still. It rises. It peaks. And when it is not fed or fought, it falls. Exactly like a wave. That crack of space is everything. It is the distance between stimulus and response that every contemplative tradition across every culture has pointed toward as the location of freedom. The Stoics called it the space between impression and assent. The Buddha called it seeing clearly. Both were pointing at the same thing, the moment just before the hand moves toward the object, when the wanting is visible but the action has not yet been taken. That crack is what the pater does not have. Everything in that realm is swallowed immediately by the wanting. There is no gap, no moment between thirst and the reaching. The practice of sitting with the wave is the practice of building that gap, not by force, but by patient observation. One detail from the Peter texts is worth holding. The same act of generosity that harms a pater's karma also benefits the person who gives. Not as a transaction, not giving in order to receive, but because the very act of opening the hand changes the one whose hand it is. Every genuine act of generosity is a small death of the holding, a very small but real loosening of the throat. What the hungry ghost realm describes is a consciousness so saturated with craving that the receiving mechanism has been completely replaced by the wanting mechanism. It cannot receive what it wants. The throat will not allow it. The bowl is the wrong shape. And the tragedy of this is not cruel. It is precise. It is the precise and exact continuation of a condition that was already being lived before the death that brought this consciousness here. The life was spent reaching. The realm is the reaching without the object ever arriving. Below the hungry ghost realm is the only realm in the cycle where the suffering is not about wanting more. It is about what the wanting, misdirected and multiplied across many lifetimes, eventually produces. Not the hunger of the pater, not thirst, not the reaching that never satisfies, something altogether and entirely different. Something the body knows and instinctively runs from, long before the mind has a word for it. The Buddha described the hell realm with unusual directness. He did not speak about it abstractly. He gave his students specific images, specific questions, and a warning that every single human life already carries, in the form of 3 messengers that visit without announcement and leave without waiting for a response. The first messenger is old age. The second is illness. The third is death. The Buddha described a being who arrives before Yama, the ruler of the dead, and is asked 3 questions. Did you see, while you were living, an old person? Someone whose body had weakened, whose hair had whitened, who moved slowly and with difficulty? Yes, the being replies, I saw this. And when you saw it, Yama asks, did you think, I too will age. I too am subject to this. Let me purify my actions while I still can. The being has no answer. The messengers were real. They were seen. Not once, many times. The sick body of a relative, the slow movement of an elderly stranger on the street, a coffin at a funeral attended years ago. Each one was a message delivered in unmistakable language. The message was, this is what existence is. This is the condition. This is what is coming. Do something with the time while the time is available. The message was received. It was not acted on. The same questions follow for illness, for death. The messengers came. They were seen. They were not heeded. This teaching is not about judgment from outside. The Buddha was not describing a cosmic courtroom where sins are weighed. He was describing the continuation of a life in which the warnings were always present, in the face of every elderly person on the street, in every hospital visit, in every funeral attended, and in which the urgency those warnings carried was not felt, acted on, or allowed to change the direction of the actions. The karma that produces the hell realm is the karma of a life that caused serious, sustained harm to other beings, cruelty that was deliberate, malice that was maintained, wrong that was done with full awareness and continued anyway. The momentum of that life carries forward into its next expression. The hell realm is not a single place, but many. The old texts describe 8 great levels, from lesser torment to the most extreme, called Avicii, the realm of no gaps, no relief, no moment between one wave of suffering and the next. The descriptions in these texts are not gentle. The Buddha did not soften them. He described what sustained harmful action produces, with the same clarity he described everything else. The beings in the hell realm experience different conditions depending on the karma that produced their rebirth. A being who caused serious but not extreme harm experiences a lesser level. A being whose harm was sustained, deliberate, and extreme, across many lifetimes experiences deeper levels. The karma is precise. The conditions it produces are equally precise. The beings are not being tortured from outside by a malicious power. They are experiencing the full force of what their own karma generates. The way a fire produces heat, not as punishment, but as its natural expression. And here is the teaching that changes everything about how the Hell Realm is understood. It is not eternal. The Buddha stated this explicitly. Not until that evil deed has been exhausted does a being escape from that realm. The duration is vast. The texts describe timeframes that make the whole of recorded human history look brief by comparison. But it is not endless. It is determined precisely by the karma that produced it. When the karma is exhausted, the being exits. Every being who enters the Hell Realm eventually leaves it. The door is always somewhere in the wall, even when it cannot be seen. This is not a comfort designed to make the teaching easier to hear. It is a statement about the nature of all conditioned existence. Everything that arises through causes will pass when those causes are exhausted. The hells are not exceptions to this. Nothing is. The force driving the Hell Realm is hatred. The aversive, contracting, pushing away quality of mind at its most dense and sustained. The Buddha described it as a fire that burns the one who holds it before it reaches anything else. Hatred turned outward is the more visible form, the sustained ill will toward another person, the rehearsal of an argument with someone no longer in the room, the mind that returns to the grievance the way a tongue returns to a sore tooth, unable to stop touching the place that hurts. The second form is quieter and in many ways harder to leave. It is hatred turned inward. Think about the specific quality of severe self-criticism. Not ordinary regret, which is healthy and appropriate and moves toward correction. The kind that does not correct. The kind that convicts. A voice that speaks in the specific vocabulary of the life being lived, using the private words, the specific memories, the particular textures of shame that only someone inside that life would know. Every awkward moment filed as evidence. Every unanswered message becoming proof of a deeper, older wrongness. The mind as its own prosecutor, building a case against the self with materials that a good judge would not admit, but that the prosecutor presents anyway, repeatedly, with great conviction. This is hatred operating at very close range. The object of the aversion is the self. The structure is identical to the outward form. The same contraction, the same inability to be with what is arising, the same pushing away. But what is being pushed away is impossible to escape, because the thing the mind cannot bear to be with is the mind itself. The two forms braid together. The person consumed by resentment towards someone else often carries a deep self-contempt underneath it. The person consumed by self-criticism often directs some of its force outward onto others. They feed each other. They are the same fire burning in two directions. What makes the inward form particularly intractable is that ordinary practical help has limited reach. A friend can help someone who is angry at another person by offering perspective. That same friend has less access to the prosecution that happens in the small hours. Alone, when the mind returns to the private evidence, that evidence is else. The prosecutor knows exactly what will land. The Hell Realm leaves its fingerprint on human experience in these forms. Not the dramatic version necessarily, not only the person in genuine crisis, the person who replays a conversation from 3 years ago and still cannot find the version of it that settles. The person whose relationship with their own past actions is one of sustained prosecution rather than honest accounting and movement. The person who is genuinely trapped in a cycle of self-punishment from which ordinary good advice does not seem to provide exit. These are not the Hell Realm itself. They are the same force running at the scale available in the human condition. The realm itself is that force, unrelieved, sustained, at full intensity, without the interruptions that ordinary human life provides. What keeps any being in the Hell Realm, or in the human experience that echoes it, is this: the inability to be with what has arisen. The original harmful act was what it was. It exists. It happened. And honest acknowledgement of it is right and necessary. The suffering of the Hell Realm is not caused only by what was done. It is caused by the aversion to being the being who did it. The hatred of the self for what the self is the continuation of the very force that caused the harm in the first place. More hatred, in a different direction, producing more suffering, adding to the karmic conditions that need to exhaust themselves before the exit becomes visible. The gaps between contractions are the door. There are always gaps. Even in the very densest experience of self-criticism or hatred, there are moments, sometimes very brief, when the voice pauses, when the light on the counter is noticed before the prosecution restarts, when the breath is simply the breath for half a second. These gaps are not nothing. In the densest moments of self-criticism or outward resentment, they may last only a fraction of a second, but they are real. They are what impermanence looks like from the inside of a very painful and dense state. They are the evidence that the state is not solid, not permanent, not the absolute final word. The Buddha's teaching that even the Hell Realm is impermanent is not theoretical comfort. It is a description of a specific quality that every conditioned state has. It arises through causes. It is sustained by causes, and when the causes thin, the state thins with them. The practice is not to force the gaps to widen. It is to notice them when they appear. To be, in that half second, the one who noticed rather than the one who is prosecuted. That single quiet moment of noticing is the practice starting. One moment of not being fully inside the fire. The antidote the Buddha gave for the hell of aversion is loving kindness, and specifically, loving kindness directed toward oneself. The traditional practice begins with the simplest possible instruction, Say inwardly, may I be well. May I be at ease. May I be free from suffering. May I be happy. Not as a performance, not as a denial of what has been done or felt, as a genuine offering from one part of the self to another. The quality of attention the Buddha pointed to here is the quality a good friend brings to someone they love who is in difficulty. Not the friend who says, "It is fine, you are fine, do not worry." The friend who says, "This is hard, I see that it is hard, and I am here, and I am not going anywhere, and I do not think less of you for it." That quality of presence, directed inward toward the being who is suffering, this is the specific counter to the aversion that drives this realm. You cannot simultaneously be a good friend to yourself and be prosecuting yourself. The two cannot coexist in the same moment. Loving kindness does not argue with the prosecutor. It simply occupies the same space. In the Buddhist tradition, this practice is extended outward from oneself to others in expanding circles, a close friend, a neutral person, eventually the beings who have been the source of harm. But it always begins with oneself, because a mind that cannot extend warmth toward itself cannot genuinely extend it outward. The practice begins at the closest point, and the closest point is the being who is doing the practice. The Hell Realm is the last of the 5 lower realms. Below it, there is nowhere lower to go. And having visited all 6, from the long comfort of the heaven realm to the unceasing suffering of this one, a question begins to form. Not how do I escape the worst of the 6? How does the wheel keep turning across all 6 of these conditions? What is the law that governs all of this, that turns good action into the heaven realm and sustained cruelty into this? That law has a name, and understanding it, not believing it, not accepting it on faith, but actually seeing how it operates in one's own experience, is what changes everything. The law has a name. In fact, it has 2 names, because it describes the same mechanism operating at 2 different scales. At the scale of a single moment, it is called dependent origination, the chain of cause and condition through which each moment of suffering arises. At the scale of a lifetime and across lifetimes, it is called karma. And the Buddha's most precise statement about karma, given in a teaching specifically designed to cut through the confusion people already had about it in his time, is this: karma is intention, not the action. The intention behind the action, the direction the mind was leaning when the action happened. This is the statement that moves the weight of a life from the outside to the inside. Not what was done, but the quality of mind that was present when it was done. 2 people can perform the same external action with entirely different karma. One person gives money to a stranger because genuine care arose in them. Another person gives money to a stranger while performing generosity for the benefit of an observer. The action looks identical from the outside. The karma is entirely different. What produces the karma is the intention, and the intention is internal, invisible, available only to the mind that holds it. This is also why two people caring for a sick relative, one from genuine love, one from reluctant obligation, are generating entirely different karma with the same action. The leaning is everything. The external action is simply the surface through which the leaning expresses itself. This is also the teaching that clarifies a widespread misunderstanding. Karma is not fate. It is not a cosmic ledger where past actions are stored and future outcomes are determined. The Buddha stated this explicitly and clearly. If everything a person experiences were the result of past karma, there would be no scope for practice. There would be no point. Whatever was coming would come regardless of what was done now. But that is not how it works. Not all difficulty is karmic. Not all suffering is a consequence of past wrong action. The body gets ill because bodies are impermanent, not because of something done in a past life. Rain falls on everyone, not in proportion to their virtue. Karma is one strand in the web of causes, a significant strand, not the only one. This teaching has profound practical implications. A person who becomes ill is not experiencing the fruit of some past wrong action. A person who suffers a loss is not being punished by the universe. The teaching of karma is not a system for explaining why bad things happen to people. It is a system for understanding how the direction of one's intentions shapes the conditions one generates going forward. It faces squarely forward, not backward. The deeper law, dependent origination, describes how suffering arises in the specific mechanics of each moment. The Buddha taught that he was not inventing this law. He was discovering something that was already operating. He said, whether or not a Buddha arises in the world, this element stands, this dependent nature, this fixed pattern of conditionality. It runs whether anyone is watching or not. It ran before the Buddha was born. It will run after every teaching has faded. What the Buddha did was see it clearly enough. Sitting under a tree in northern India 2,500 years ago to describe it precisely enough that it could be taught. And the description reveals something important. This is not a tragic law, but a precise one. Precise enough to be workable. The law runs like this. Pick any ordinary moment. Your phone is face down on the table. You are sitting quietly. Nothing is happening. The phone buzzes. Contact. This is the sixth link in the chain, the moment when a sense organ meets its object. In a normal second, this happens dozens of times. The eye meets the room. The skin meets the temperature of the air. The ear meets the ambient sound. Contact is unavoidable. It happens whether the practitioner intends it or not. What the practitioner has genuine influence over is what happens next. The phone buzzes. Contact. In the fraction of a second that follows, a feeling tone arises automatically, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral before any thought has formed. This feeling tone is not chosen. It simply arises with the contact, the way a shadow arises with an object placed in light. If the feeling tone is pleasant, If the buzz carries the particular quality of anticipation, the sense that something good might be there, then craving forms. Not as a decision, as an automatic lean toward the source of the pleasant quality. The craving produces clinging. The mind has now wrapped itself around the wanting. The clinging produces becoming. A particular version of the self is now forming. The person who needs to check this message. The person who is expecting something. The person who has just been reached. That version of the self briefly exists, and then the moment ends. The self constructed around the wanting briefly dies. The whole sequence, contact, to feeling, to craving, to clinging, to becoming, to brief birth, to brief death, in 4 to 12 seconds, and this happens thousands of times a day. Every buzz, every notification, every encounter, every stimulus. Thousands of these microcycles running continuously, producing the texture of a life. Now hold this image steady and look at it carefully. Because something extraordinary is visible in it, if the looking is patient enough. Every link in the chain is conditioned. Every link needs the one before it in order to appear. Contact produces feeling tone. Feeling tone produces craving. Craving produces clinging. Clinging produces becoming. Each link is dependent on the previous one. Which means, if any link fails to arise, every link after it does not arise either. The whole chain for that moment ends. The suffering that was about to be produced simply does not arise. Not because it was fought or suppressed, because one condition was absent, and without that condition, the next link had nothing to build on. The intervention point the Buddha identified is between feeling tone and craving. The feeling tone is not the problem. The phone buzzes. A pleasant quality arises. That is simply contact producing its natural result. The problem, the moment where the chain can be broken, is when the pleasant quality is followed by the automatic lean toward it. When the feeling is not simply noticed and allowed to be what it is, but is instead reached for. The practice the Buddha taught at this specific point is this. Notice the feeling tone. Know it as pleasant or unpleasant or neutral. And in that noticing, do not immediately follow where the feeling is pointing. Just for a moment, just long enough to see that the pleasant quality arose and is here and can be experienced fully without the reaching being added to it. The Buddha's teaching on mindfulness of feeling tone is specifically about training this capacity, not training the capacity not to feel, training the capacity to know what is being felt, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, without immediately following the feeling's direction. To be, for one genuine moment, the one who is noticing the pleasant quality, rather than the one who has already begun reaching toward it. This sounds small. It is not small. When craving does not arise from the pleasant feeling tone, clinging does not arise. When clinging does not arise, becoming does not arise. When becoming does not arise, the version of the self that was about to be constructed around this particular wanting does not briefly form and briefly die. That specific small cycle of suffering, the one that was about to happen in the next 12 seconds, simply does not occur. Multiply this by the thousands of cycles that run in a day, and the teaching becomes visible not as an abstract philosophy, but as a direct, practical, moment-by-moment technology. The Buddha was careful to describe this in both directions. The forward direction is the chain of arising, this being present that arises. Contact produces feeling. Feeling produces craving. Craving produces suffering. Both directions describe the same underlying law. Forward, it produces suffering. Backward, it produces liberation. The Buddha described the cessation of suffering not as the appearance of something new, but as the non-arising of something that would otherwise have arisen. Not a new state to be constructed from scratch. A chain to be interrupted. The difference is significant and practical. You are not building something. You are stopping something from being built. One moment at a time. Each moment of not craving is a complete moment of liberation within that moment. Small, functional, real. Not a reward for years of perfect practice. Available in the next 12 seconds, in the moment after the phone buzzes. The Buddha was not teaching a system that required complete liberation before any benefit was available. Every single moment of not craving is itself the liberation of that moment. They accumulate. They gradually change the direction the mind is leaning. They generate the karma of a mind that has begun to see the chain. Now look back at the 6 realms with this understanding in place. The heaven realm is what accumulated generosity, virtue, and meditation produce across lifetimes. The karma of a mind that consistently leaned toward giving, toward restraint, toward the cultivation of clarity. The hungry ghost realm is what a lifetime of the closed hand produces. The karma of a mind that consistently leaned away from giving. The hell realm is what sustained malice produces. The karma of a mind that consistently leaned toward causing harm. Each realm is not a punishment assigned from outside by a cosmic authority. Each realm is the natural continuation of the direction the mind was leaning, life after life, moment after moment. The karma is precise because intention is precise. The mind leans in a direction. The conditions it generates match the direction. The first verse of the Dhammapada, the very first teaching in one of the Buddha's most beloved texts, says this directly. Mind is the forerunner of all actions. All things are led by mind, created by mind. If a person acts or speaks with a corrupted mind, suffering follows as the wheel follows the hoof of the ox. If a person acts or speaks with a clear mind, happiness follows like a shadow that never departs. Not as a promise, as a description of how the mechanism operates. Think about what this means across a single day. The day is not made of events. The day is made of how the mind met each of the events. The morning meeting that went badly was not good or bad in itself. It was met by a mind in a particular state. The conversation that lifted everything was not inherently lifting. It was met by a mind that was open enough to receive it. The wheel follows the hoof. The day follows the mind. The life follows the accumulated direction of all its intentions across every moment of every day. And this is why the human realm, this realm, the one in which this is being heard right now, is the rarest and most important of the six. Not the most comfortable of the six. Not the most powerful. Not the longest lasting. The most important. Because this is the realm where the law can be seen, where the chain can be watched in real time, where the gap between the arising of a feeling tone and the craving is accessible, observable, workable. The Deva in the heaven realm does not suffer enough to need to look. The animal in the animal realm does not have the faculty to look. The being in the hell of its own aversion is too contracted to look. The human being, with this specific mixture of difficulty and capacity, is in the one condition where the looking is both possible and urgently motivated. This realm, this moment, this conversation between the teaching and the one who is listening to it, this next 12 seconds in which a feeling tone will arise and the chain will begin to form and the gap will already be available. The Buddha told a story that begins with a blind turtle. Imagine a vast ocean, not a lake, not a sea, an ocean so large that if you stood on one shore, the other shore would not exist for you. Now imagine that floating somewhere on the surface of this ocean is a single wooden yoke, a ring roughly the size of a head, with a single hole in it. The wind blows it east, then west, then north, then south. It drifts. It has no fixed position. Now imagine that somewhere in the depths of this ocean lives a blind turtle. Once every 100 years, this turtle rises to the surface to take a single breath, and then returns to the depths. What are the odds, the Buddha asked, that the turtle surfaces with its neck through the hole in the yoke? The monks agreed it would be extraordinarily unlikely. Perhaps once in an unimaginably long time. Perhaps, in practical terms, never. The odds were not zero. They were so small that for all the purposes of a mind that reasons in human timeframes, they approached zero. The Buddha said, the odds of a being who has sunk to the lower realms regaining human birth are lower than that. This is not a teaching designed to make the listener feel special. It is a teaching designed to produce a very specific change in orientation. When someone truly understands the blind turtle simile, not as a pleasant metaphor, but as the Buddha's description of actual probability, something shifts in how they relate to their own life. Not pride, not superiority over other beings. Something more like the feeling a traveler has when they realize they are standing in a place they were unlikely ever to reach. The appropriate response is not to stand and admire the view. It is to look around with full attention and understand exactly where they are. The human realm is not the highest realm in the Buddhist cosmology. The devas of the heaven realm are higher. They are more beautiful, more powerful, longer lived. And yet the Buddha taught that the human realm is specifically more valuable for liberation than any of the realms above it. Not more comfortable, more valuable. The Deva realm is too comfortable. The urgency that makes the question necessary dissolves inside the ease. The realm of the jealous gods is too competitive. The mind is entirely directed toward conflict and reclaiming position. The animal realm is too foggy. The faculty that makes reflection possible is not available. The hungry ghost realm is too consuming. The wanting leaves no room for investigation. The hell realm is too loud. The contraction is too dense to allow the question to form. Only in the human realm does a mind meet enough suffering that the question arises at all, and enough freedom that the question can actually be looked at. The Buddha described this balance directly. He said that beings in the lower realms have too much suffering to practice. They are entirely consumed by their condition. And beings in the comfortable realms above have too much pleasure to practice. The conditions are not pressing them toward the question. The human condition is the specific middle ground where both elements are present at once. The suffering is real enough that it cannot be permanently ignored. The freedom is real enough that something can be done with the awareness it generates. This is not an accident of position. The specific and precise calibration that makes liberation possible. The human realm also carries two qualities that the other realms do not reliably provide. The first is the inner sense that certain actions are beneath you, the felt quality of moral self-respect that stops the hand before it moves toward harm. Not because someone is watching, because something inside knows. The second is the care about how one's actions land in the lives of other beings. The capacity to feel the weight of what you do on someone else before the doing has occurred. The Buddha called these the world-protecting qualities. They are not equally available in every realm. In the heaven realm, they are dulled by ease. In the animal realm, they are structurally absent. In the human realm, in this condition, they are alive, developable, responsive. A practice that genuinely works with these two qualities, that notices when an action would violate the inner sense of what is right, and that feels the weight of that action in the lives of others before it occurs, is a practice that is working with the specific gifts the human condition provides. These two qualities do not need to be installed. They are already present. The practice is to listen to them. The Buddha gave a list of 8 conditions in which practicing the path is impossible or nearly impossible. Birth in a hell realm, birth as an animal, birth as a hungry ghost, birth in a long-lived Deva realm where comfort has dissolved all urgency, birth in a remote region with no access to the teaching, birth with views that deny causality entirely, birth without the faculty of wisdom, and a time when no Buddha has arisen in the world. You are in none of these 8. Sit with that for a moment. The first 4 conditions on the list are the 4 lower realms described earlier in this teaching, the very realms that the turtle would have to escape before regaining human birth. The fifth and sixth describe human births where the teaching either never arrives or is actively rejected. The seventh describes a human birth where the capacity to understand simply is not available. The eighth describes a time in the history of the cosmos when no Buddha has arisen and no path has been laid. These are not theoretical conditions. Across vast stretches of time, most conscious beings experience most of these. You were born in a human body, in a time when a teaching exists, in conditions that gave you access to it, with the capacity to understand what is being said, and with the faculty of conscience intact and responsive. The probability of all of these conditions being simultaneously true is, as the turtle simile suggests, vanishingly small. And yet here they are. All 8 doors that could have been closed are open. Think about the chain of conditions that had to hold together for this specific listening to occur. Parents whose meeting was contingent on an unbroken sequence of prior meetings, stretching back through families and migrations and wars and recoveries. Languages that survived the deaths of the civilizations that produced them. Teachings that were memorized and passed on across burning monasteries and collapsing trade routes and centuries of political hostility to the very ideas they contained. A recording technology that did not exist 50 years ago. A specific pairing of this teaching and this pair of ears on this specific evening. The chain of dependent conditions that produce this moment is longer than can be traced. It runs back further than any individual history. And it delivered this hearing, this contact with the teaching, this opportunity. The Buddha described hearing the teaching as among the rarest events in the cosmological history of a being. Not because teachings are rare in the human world. In this age they are, by historical standards, unusually available. But because the specific combination of conditions required for the teaching to actually be heard, not merely encountered, involves the hearer, the teaching, and the specific quality of readiness meeting in the same moment. The 4 noble truths are most visible in the human condition. Not because humans suffer more than beings in the lower realms. They do not. But because human suffering is varied enough, reflective enough, and intermittent enough that the pattern becomes visible. The first truth, that suffering is a genuine feature of conditioned existence, not an aberration to be fixed or avoided, arrives in a human life in forms clear enough to be recognized. The third truth, that the suffering has a cessation, that the chain can be interrupted, that the gap between feeling and craving is accessible, is available here in the space between any 2 thoughts. The eightfold path, the 8 factors of right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration can be practiced here, in this body, in this life, starting at any moment. The Buddha and virtually every person in the Pali Canon who attained full liberation attained it as a human. Not in the heavens. Not after a dramatic cosmic event. In ordinary bodies, with ordinary histories, in ordinary circumstances, while practicing what is available in the human condition. The cycle of samsara does not end in the heaven realm. It does not end in any of the 6 realms above or below, except this one. It ends here, in this body, in this kind of life, in exactly this mixture of ease and difficulty and access and urgency that the human condition provides. Every teacher who worked with the Buddha, every monk and nun in the early community, every practitioner in the 25 centuries since, they all worked with the same raw materials. A human body, a mind with 3 roots of unwholesomeness and 3 roots of wholesomeness available. The same chain, the same intervention point, the same gap. Nothing new needs to be acquired. The equipment is already in place. And this is where the teaching arrives at a very practical place. Do not wait for a better life to begin. The teaching the Buddha gave throughout his 45 years of teaching comes to the same point repeatedly. Death is uncertain. The time of death is uncertain. And the conditions you currently have will not always be available. This is not meant to produce anxiety. It is meant to produce the specific clarity that asks, what am I doing with what I have right now in this life? The life you have is the one the turtle surfaced into. The yolk was there. The neck found the hole. The deeply improbable thing happened. Somewhere in that vast ocean, the improbable thing has occurred. The gap between the turtle's neck and the hole in the yolk is real and open, not a metaphor. This hearing, this moment, this breath. And now the turtle is breathing. What the turtle does with the breath is the only question that remains. The Buddha did not teach this urgency to produce fear. He taught it because he had seen what was possible and knew that the specific conditions for it would not always be present. A person who understands the rarity of the human birth does not panic. They focus, not frantically, with the specific clarity of someone who knows what they have and is no longer uncertain what to do with it. The foundation stone is intention, not belief, not faith in any doctrine, not the performance of specific rituals. The direction in which the mind leans before it acts. This is both the simplest and the most radical statement in the entire teaching. Not beliefs, not rituals, not the accumulation of knowledge about the doctrine. The direction in which the mind leans before it acts. Everything else in the teaching is built on this one recognition. Virtue is right intention expressed through action. Meditation is right intention expressed as attention. Wisdom is right intention discovering what the mind is actually doing. The karma of a life is assembled entirely from these leanings, moment by moment, contact by contact, response by response. The life that produces the conditions for liberation is simply a life in which the leanings have been, more and more often, in the direction of clarity, generosity, and the willingness to see the chain as it is running. This does not require perfection. It does not require a completely reformed character before the first step can be taken. It does not require a retreat, a teacher, a tradition, a cushion, or a particular quality of silence. The Buddha taught people in the middle of their lives, merchants, farmers, kings, people with children and debts and complicated relationships and bodies that hurt. He did not ask them to first simplify their circumstances. He pointed to the gap available in the specific circumstances they already had. The circumstances were always sufficient. They had always been sufficient. It requires only the next moment. The door is always the next moment. It was always the next moment. And it will always be the next moment. Not the moment after a long and careful preparation. Not the moment after the life has been arranged more favorably. This next moment, in this body, with this history, with this very specific mixture of clarity and confusion that constitutes the mind currently hearing these words. The next contact will bring a feeling tone. The feeling tone will incline toward craving. And in that fraction of a second, the gap will be available. It is always available. That is precisely what the turtle surfaced into. The 6 realms have been described. The mechanism that drives consciousness through them has been described. You have visited the heaven realm in the hours when the ease was full and the question did not press. You have visited the jealous gods in the moments when the pride or the comparison made peace impossible. You have visited the animal realm in the hours that passed without being fully witnessed. You have visited the hungry ghost realm in the reaching that never quite arrived. You have visited the hell realm in the contracted hours when aversion turned inward. You have also visited something else, the specific human capacity to notice, to name, to choose differently. That capacity is what makes this realm the specific one where the cycle can end. The cycle can end here, not in the heaven realm, not after a more favorable rebirth, not when the conditions are better. Here, in this body, in this evening, in whatever is being felt while these words arrive. In the body, listening to these words, carrying the history it carries, arriving at this teaching in whatever particular way it arrived. Every being in the Pali Canon who attained liberation did so in a body and a life with a history. None of them arrived at the teaching in perfect conditions. All of them arrived in exactly the conditions they had. In the breath that follows this sentence, in the moment after the next feeling tone arises and the chain begins to form, and the gap opens. 4 truths, 8 specific steps, 1 foundation stone. The work is fully available. The conditions are completely present. The teacher taught clearly. The teaching survived. The ear received it. The mind understood enough to continue. The turtle has surfaced. The yoke is here. The hole in the yoke is open. You have just spent several hours sitting with a 2,500-year-old map. The map shows where the wheel goes. All 6 directions, and why it goes there, and what each place feels like from the inside, and what can be done from inside each one. Tomorrow morning you will wake up. some version of the wheel will already be turning. Maybe it will be an easy morning, the comfortable hour, the good coffee, the light coming in. Maybe it will be something harder. Maybe the phone will buzz and a familiar tightening will begin in the chest before a single thought has formed and you will recognize it. Either way, the map is with you now. That is the whole gift. Not peace, not certainty, not an answer to every question the wheel raises. A map. And a map does one very specific thing. It tells you where you are, which means you are no longer completely lost in the territory, even when the territory is difficult. You know what this room is. You know what produces it. You know what the practice is. One noticing, one breath, one small choice about the direction of the next moment. That is enough. That has always been more than enough. The Buddha taught this to ordinary people sitting in exactly the situation you are sitting in right now. Not waiting for better conditions. Not when the moment feels more ready. Now. In whatever exact shape right now is taking.